The time is now 6 p.m. Our regular city council meeting for September 27, 2022 is now in session. First on the agenda is Mayor Pro Tem Hayward will lead us with the opening prayer and the pledges of allegiance to the flags of the United States and the state of Texas. Please rise.
Everyone bow, please. Heavenly Father, thank you for the day you have made. Thank you for allowing us to arrive here safely. Father, I just want to thank the city staff and let them know that we are grateful for them. They have the job of keeping the city running. Lord, wrap your arms around the men and women to show them love, grace, strength, and encouragement. Continue to give them the knowledge needed to approach each situation in the best way possible. I pray they can see your presence in the work they do. And Father, we know many feel overwhelmed and overworked, so please give them the stamina to approach each day with strength. Lord, I pray not only for the city of Schertz, but I pray for this nation and those nations at war as well, that you will bring peace to those that are in war and those of us who have family members here who are over in that area dealing with war. Lord, as we have these public hearings tonight, I pray that everyone speaks. When everyone speaks, they will speak with respect and with humility. I pray as we listen that you give us the discernment to weigh the pros and the cons of each constituent's statements. Father, I ask that you give us the wisdom we need to make the right decision for the city. I pray that no matter the decision made, that everyone will have peace of mind. I ask that you continue to watch over us and guide us and keep us safe until the next appointed time. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Hayward. We're going to start off with a couple of proclamations. If I can please have the representatives for the domestic violence awareness up here, please.
Good evening.
The City of Schertz Proclamation, Domestic Violence Awareness Month, October 2022. Whereas the crime of domestic violence violates an individual's privacy, dignity, security, and humanity due to systematic use of physical, emotional, sexual, psychological, economic control, and/or abuse, including abuse to children and the elderly. Whereas the problem of domestic violence are not confined to any group or groups of people, but cut across the economic, racial, and social barriers, and are supported by social indifferences. Whereas the impact of domestic violence is wide-ranging, directly affecting individuals and society as a whole. Here in this community, the Guadalupe Valley Family Violence Shelter answers 1,271 crisis calls and had 1,224 shelter days from September 2021 to August 2022. Whereas women are not the only targets, men, young children, and the elderly are also victims, and sadly, emotional scars are often permanent. And domestic violence costs the United States companies at least $3.5 billion in lost work time, increased healthcare costs, higher turnover, and lower productivity. Whereas it is battered women themselves who have been the forefront of efforts to bring peace and equality to the home. Now therefore, I, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor, City of Schertz, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and call upon all citizens, community agencies, religious organizations, medical facilities, businesses, to increase their participation in our efforts to prevent domestic violence, thereby strengthening the community in which we live in. Thank you so much. You'd like to say a few words, please?
Hi, I'm Hannah Klug. I'm the Community Engagement Specialist and Sexual Assault Advocate with the Guadalupe Valley Family Violence Shelter. We are a nonprofit emergency family violence shelter and rape crisis center that is located in Seguin, and we serve Guadalupe, Gonzales, Karnes, and Wilson counties. We offer services for our residents in our emergency shelter, as well as non-residential services for survivors who may already have a safe place to stay but are in need of support. We offer services along the lines of counseling, domestic violence recovery, protective parenting courses, legal advocacy, accompaniment to the hospital, to law enforcement or the courts, assistance with case management, and many, many other services. Schertz is one of the communities that we serve, and it is where we get a lot of our support. And we have Krista Chandler here. She's the victim liaison with Schertz and Cibolo Police Departments. And we are so grateful to be welcomed here once again, and we are so grateful for your continued support. So on behalf of our agency and everyone that we serve, thank you so much for having us, and thank you for contributing to our mission.
Our next proclamation is from the Chamber. If I can please have the Chamber representatives. The City of Schertz Proclamation, Texas Chamber of Commerce Week, October 17th through the 21st, 2022. Whereas more than 500 local Chamber of Commerce in Texas distinguish themselves as the voice of businesses in our state. Whereas the Chamber, the Schertz, Cibolo, Selma area of Commerce works with businesses, nonprofits, banks, merchants to advance the civic, economic, professional, and cultural life of our city. Whereas the Chamber, founded in 2005, has contributed to the civic and economic life of Schertz for the past 15 years. Whereas the business community represented through the Chamber has been a driving force in fostering enhanced education opportunities, infrastructure improvements, leadership development, the creation of jobs, and a positive vision of our future. Whereas the Chamber encourages the growth of existing services and commercial firms and encourages new businesses to locate in our community, acting as a liaison with the city, schools, and business communities. Whereas the Chamber has been a strong partner with the City of Schertz in endeavors to promote and develop our local business community. Now therefore, I, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor, City of Schertz, proclaim the week of October 17th through the 21st, 2022 as Chamber of Commerce Week, and acknowledge the numerous benefits and services that the Chamber provides to our businesses and residents in our community. Thank you so much. Mike's all yours. Sure. Let's come up and take a photo. Our next proclamation is Manufacturing Day. If I can have the representatives. The City of Schertz Proclamation, National Manufacturing Day, October 7, 2022. Whereas the National Manufacturing Day helps show the reality of modern manufacturing careers by encouraging thousands of companies and educational institutions around the nation to open their doors to students, parents, teachers, and community leaders. Whereas Schertz, Texas is a home of more than 35 manufacturing companies. Whereas the manufacturing sector provides jobs such as assembly workers, carpenters, computer programmers, designers, engineers, machine operators, metal manufacturers, production workers, welders, and many other specialties. Whereas Schertz manufacturers produce assembly systems, automotive parts, boiler systems, bulletproof doors, concrete products, custom millwork, engine blocks, eyeglasses, fabricate metal products, lubricating oils, packing, protective coating, screen media, signs, textiles, and even more. Whereas the Schertz manufacturing companies help support ever-growing regional economics while attracting in-demand skills set for our community. Whereas the City of Schertz is dedicated to strengthening and developing manufacturing through a robust economic development program. Whereas the City of Schertz recognizes the contributions of local manufacturers, which have made our community by engaging with us on our economic development allies. Now therefore, I, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor, City of Schertz, do hereby proclaim October 7, 2022 as National Manufacturing Day and reaffirm the city's support and commitment to manufacturing. Let's celebrate and remind all the individuals of the importance of this celebration, which supports and expands the improved opportunities and the quality of life. Thank you, Kessie. Thank you for doing it.
Hello, I'm Casey Meller. I'm the Business Engagement Manager for the Schertz Economic Development Corporation. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for the continued support of our Schertz manufacturers. As the manufacturing industry has grown over the years, so too has Schertz's footprint, both in the number of businesses and workforce size. Over the next decade, 4 million manufacturing jobs will need to be filled in the U.S. By showing our support of local manufacturers, we are joining the movement to fill the skills gap and inspire the future workforce. Schertz manufacturing companies help support an ever-growing regional economy while attracting in-demand skill sets to the community. Now I'll turn it over to David Dell, Quality Manager at the Caterpillar Schertz location.
Thank you, Casey. Tough act to follow. Wow. All right. So Casey introduced me. My name is David Dell. I'm the quality manager overseeing the operations of our Texas facilities, which includes the Schertz facility just down the street from here. I'd just like to say on behalf of Caterpillar, we're a proud community partner with all of you guys. Thank you so much for having us here and being so welcoming. Manufacturing Day really highlights a very important industry and certainly profession here locally. So thank you guys again for all of your support. Thank you, Mayor, for the proclamation. Thank you all for your time and attendance today. Thank you very much on behalf of myself and Caterpillar.
Thank you. We'll continue with city events and announcements of upcoming events. Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have several items on here for announcements tonight. The first one will be tomorrow, Wednesday, September 28th. SCUCISD is going to be having their Legislative Advocacy Luncheon. That'll be at 11:30 a.m. at the SCUCISD Boardroom on El Bell Road. Tuesday, October 4th is going to be the Fall Regional Career Fair. That'll be from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. in the Schertz Civic Center Ballroom. Note on here says, as companies work to hire new employees, this collaborative effort among New Braunfels, Seguin, and Schertz will give job seekers and employers alike broader opportunities to connect and engage all in one place. Tuesday, October 4th will also be National Night Out, and the City Secretary's office should be getting some information to Council later with assignments and times to meet. Wednesday, October 5th through Friday, October 7th will be TML, the annual conference held in San Antonio at the Convention Center. Again, on Wednesday, October 5th, TML Regions 7, 10, and 12 will be holding a welcome reception. That'll be from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Hilton Palacio del Rio, 418 South Alamo Street in San Antonio. Saturday, October 8th, a couple of items. First in the morning is the Nature Discovery Series, and that's going to be at 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. in Crescent Bend Nature Park. And then the afternoon is going to be Duncan for Pumpkins, 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. at the Schertz Aquatic Center. Monday, October 10th, city offices will be closed for Columbus Day. And then finally, Tuesday, October 11th, we'll be back here at 6 o'clock for our next regularly scheduled council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Announcements and recognition by our city manager, Dr. Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have one tonight, and I'd like to recognize Summer Hall and our emergency management coordinator for a great event that we had on Saturday called Get Prepped. And this was a disaster preparedness event. This is the first time we put that on in our parking lot. I think it was well received and well attended. Really do appreciate all the departments who participated. We had a lot of participation from staff, and appreciate all the residents who came. So, successful event. We look forward to bringing it back again.
All right, thank you. Announcements and recognitions by the mayor. This past Thursday, I had the opportunity to go to attend the Austin San Antonio Growth Summit, and our city, Schertz, was featured as part of the Innovation Corridor. So it's so ironic that we have Manufacturing Day and just the impact our city's having nationwide on development is unbelievable. So we'll move on now. Next is a hearing of residents. This time is set aside for any person who wishes to address the city council. Each person is limited to 3 minutes, and we ask before addressing the council, for the record, please state your name and address. Now, we also have a public hearing, and it's related to the sign-up sheet. So there is options available to you. If you signed up for the hearing of residents, you may speak at the hearing of residents, or you may choose to wait until the public hearing, or you may speak at both. This is entirely your option, okay? If you did not, I know we had a long line trying to register for the hearing of residents, and this is one more opportunity I will grant. Is there anybody else that did not sign up to the hearing of residents? Last chance. Okay. All right, before we get started with the hearing of residents, I also like to point out that we did receive some emails, one from Mr. Towery, one from Mrs. Campbell, one from Mrs. Olinki, Mr. Morris, and Mr. McMasters provided some email information to the council. So with that, Mayor Pro Temp, let's call our first speaker.
Patricia Lowry.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Patricia Lowry. I live on 3405 Wimbledon Drive in North Cliff, so I am directly affected by the proposal that's up. I'm very concerned about my property values, and my house is my major investment in life, and I don't believe this is going to add to my property values. I see a lot about it being a unique opportunity. I don't think that's so for those of us who already own property there. The opportunities, I think, are for others. So I do ask each of you to consider if you would want your neighborhood to be changed in this unique way. I do hold you in great respect, and again, thank you for this opportunity. I do vote, and I hope that I'm, well served. Thank you.
I'm having a hard time reading this one, but is it Karen Rodriguez? Yeah, it's in pink ink. Last name Rodriguez, 5621 Fairways Drive.
Once again, if you'd like to wait until hearing the residents, please let us know.
Thank you all for listening to us here today. My name is Carmen Rodriguez, and I live at 5621 Fairways in North Cliff. And I would like to say that I oppose the situation that has come forth to us, and I feel like it's just going to bring a negative outcome to our community. And especially, I feel for all the elderly that are facing this situation. I know that they are all very worried about this, and all of us are. But this change would bring a lot of, I think, worries to the elderly and scenic hills, because I feel like they're so close to what is going to happen to them, and I feel like they feel like they're not safe. And I really wish that y'all would consider this very carefully, especially for the elderly. I thank you so much for your time.
If we can just hold the clapping so we can continue, please. I know there's passion, and there's a lot of passion behind this subject, but I think it's going to be a long meeting. So if we can just hold the clapping, thank you.
Pedro Macias.
My name is Pedro Macias, 3777 Pebble Beach, and please deny the proposed change. That's what I agree with the previous speakers. Thank you.
I'm having a hard time reading the last name, but Richard from 3761 Pebble Beach. Yes.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to be here. First of all, I oppose. I do not want to see that thing built.
Sir,
Secondly,
we can get your name and address, please?
Richard Leon, 3761 Pebble Beach. I apologize for that. Again, I oppose what's being done. I do have a question. Back in May of 2019, a letter was sent to North Cliff Golf Course warning us of a possible crime being committed. With that, I went to the FBI to find out what was going on. I will not mention names. I went to the FBI to find out what they could tell me and whatever information I could give them, because I was involved with the golf course at the time. Not a whole lot was said. Your prior administration here received a copy of this first letter that I have. Okay? Secondly, it's taken a while, probably due to the pandemic, but I just received a notice that someone was arrested. They're in custody. They're being questioned about all the happenings at North Cliff Golf Course, and hopefully to find out more about it later. I have this gut feeling that with the developer, Holly, Chin, there's something going on. I have a bad gut feeling about it. And the last thing I want to say is, and I won't mention any names again, but a phone call was made here 2 days ago from Mr. Hawley's attorney in a text. Why are we paying him money? They wanted this person in question to sign a release form to pay for the sidewalk that was put down along number 5 Fairway. I'd like to know what's going on. There's a lot of stuff happening here, and it just, I got a bad feeling about it. I got a feeling that a lot of people have their hands where they shouldn't, and I got a feeling that other people are in cahoots with this developer and the past owner of North Cliff. And that's all I have to say.
Jim Rydell.
Jim Rydell, 3433 Charleston Lane, Schertz, Texas. Ordinance number 22S36 for rezoning 20 acres. I don't agree with it. I think y'all have made a mistake in approving this so far, and I will relinquish my time to Mr. McMasters.
Annie Granger. Oh, Donnie, I'm sorry. Seeing it.
Good evening. My name is Donnie Granger. I'm at 5018 Brookhead Lane, Schertz, Texas. And I'd like to deny the PLP DD 2022009. We already have a lot of traffic where I live at the corner of Mayfair and Brookhead. The stop signs are a road decoration. Most people don't pay them any attention. The cars come through there. There's a lot of close accidents because there's a driveway at that T intersection. When they back out, if the cars don't stop, somebody's going to get hurt there. We've asked there to be speed humps or something to control traffic besides the stop sign. But they say no, it'll damage their emergency vehicles, even though they're in other neighborhoods. They're around hospitals, they're in school zones, but they say we can't have them in our neighborhood because it'll damage their emergency vehicles. That's what we were told when they put the stop signs at that intersection. But that one driveway, if they back out and the cars don't stop, they're going to get T-boned. The kids, when they get off the school bus, they got to jump over the curb, go through the grass to get on the sidewalk, or they got to go in around the street. Why they didn't finish the sidewalk to make that curve, to make it a 90-degree turn where you can access the sidewalk from the street without jumping over the curb and going through the grass, I don't know. There was supposed to be some kind of safety issue. But I was told it was in case blind people come through there, they would know to turn. But kids get on that bus 5 days a week, all through the school year, and have to jump and trip over that curb to get on the sidewalk. It's a hazard. It's a health hazard. It needs to be fixed. There's no reason for that to be designed that way. It's not safe that way. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Shirley Shepherd, and then after Shirley Shepherd, it'll be Paul Kinzior, and then Cedric Edwards.
My name is Shirley Shepherd. I live at 3601 Mimosa Court in Schertz in Scenic Hills. Thank you. I'm not only opposed to the current actions that have been taken to rezone the property that used to be a golf course. It just makes me very sad. I have cried a few tears about it. I realize that nobody really cares that I've cried a few tears about it. But I'm one of those older folks in Scenic Hills. And I care about how things were when I moved in there a good 16 years ago now. I would like to think that just because somebody with a lot of money comes in and wants to do a certain thing a certain way, maybe there are a few people who care, but there are some people who don't want it that way, and it would be better if it were not that way. So I just oppose this new way of rezoning the property. Thank you for hearing us.
My name is Eric Kinzur. I live in 553 Tolly Road, Cibolo. I'm speaking on behalf of my brother, Paul Kinzur, who's unable to attend due to an unforeseen emergency. His address is 5713 Fairways Drive here in Schertz. Hello, council members. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. When the Northcliffe Golf Course closed its doors, the community was very concerned about what the future holds, and the city determined it was not feasible or responsible to take over the property, which was disappointing for many of my neighbors. But the silver lining was that the members of the council understood the real harm and valid concerns of the residents surrounding the golf course and took steps to keep the community involved by zoning the area pre-development to assure an avenue for their concerns to be heard. You have heard and will continue to hear many concerns tonight. You only need to make a quick visit to the area to understand the validity of the concerns and how inappropriate it is for the city staff to disregard these concerns by saying they don't believe it necessitates further study when questioned about traffic, street parking, emergency response, or drainage and flooding. It doesn't take an engineering degree to understand that adding over 200 units of housing will create issues for traffic on Covers Cove and Country Club, as well as throughout Northcliffe when people attempt to access 1103. It gets even more convoluted when we investigate drainage concerns, as well as the safety and security of the residents in Scenic Hills, many of which are retired veterans, widows, and widowers. What kind of society are we when we do not speak up and take action to protect those of us who are the most vulnerable? We have valid questions that concern our safety. We have valid questions that concern our community services. We have valid questions that concern the financial investments many of us have made in our properties, many of which were inflated due to the golf course or green space. Yet we have been told by city staff and the developer we don't anticipate any problems. I'm a firm believer in private property rights. As generational landowners, my family understands this issue better than most. But as they say, your right to swing your fist ends at the tip of my nose, and there is a possibility of real and serious harm to the surrounding homeowners. The city has a duty to ensure growth does not come at the expense of others, and the city does not currently have the answers or the information to make a well-informed decision when addressing our concerns. In the absence of this information, I urge the council to vote to deny the application as applied for, and maintain the current zoning of pre-development, at the very least until our concerns can be adequately addressed. Thank you for your time.
And that's a tough act to follow there. Good afternoon, Council, Mr. Mayor, Dr. Brown. Dan, it's good to see you. Always, Brian, it's good to see you guys. So my name is Cedric Edwards. I live at 1016 Kiana Place, Schertz, Texas, and I'm here to announce that as a 35-year business owner, I'm running for the city mayor spot. I wanted to let you all know that, give you a heads up. I'm quite sure you guys have heard all the rumors and everything as well, but I wanted to let you know. Guys, I want to speak to one thing real quick. If you are going to consider this proposal tonight, why not consider listening to what the people want? Wouldn't that be a great area? I know we have property rights to consider. I know we have a taxpayer that we have to think about as well. why not look at maybe assisted living, maybe independent living for someone in that community? Just a great idea. I thought I'd share that with you. And thank you again. Again, Cedric Edwards. God bless you guys.
Carol Davis, and then after that would be Deborah Nooks and a David, and I cannot read your last name. Okay, Ganeski.
My name is Carol Davis. I live at 3337 Wimbledon Drive in Schertz. And as you can tell, we are an impassioned crowd. I would like my neighbors from the Links, Scenic Hills, North Cliff, the Fairways, and Fairhaven that stand in opposition to this, please rise and stand with me as I speak. Here is our community. We ask you to do what the City of Schertz core values say. Do the right thing. Do the best you can, treat others as you want to be treated, and work cooperatively as a team. We, as neighbors, are doing that right now, letting you know that you have not heard our voice, you are not listening, that you're dropping an apartment complex in the middle of our homes and not taking care of our most sacred neighbors, our neighbors at Scenic Hills. Nothing is being done to protect them. I agree. We want it developed. We don't want it just to sit open. We're not against development, but we're against proper development. Assisted living next door to Scenic Hills would be great so that they have a place to go right next door. We need businesses in this community. I am a 28-year teacher. The only way we're going to increase income for our school district is to bring in businesses. Homes do not generate money for a school district. It's a fact. Pay attention, listen, please, to your core values. Core value number 1, do the right thing. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Deborah Ganeski. I live at 3812 Pheasant in Scenic Hills. And I am a registered voter. And I am here tonight to ask you to deny the change to the 25 acres of the previous North Cliff golf course presented by the developer. The rest of my time, I would like to defer to Pat McMasters. Thank you.
She speaks for me. My name is David Ganeski. I live at 3812 Pheasant in Schertz in Scenic Hills. We are registered voters. We definitely do not agree with this program. We do not want it for all the various reasons you've heard. And I would like to defer the rest of my time to Pat McMasters.
Pat McMasters.
Just want to let, before you start, Mr. McMasters, he was given a special privilege to go ahead and go over the 3 minutes by deferring the time. Mr. McMasters, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Patrick McMaster. I live at 3604 Elm Court, Schertz, Texas. I am speaking today in opposition to the villa at Bluebonnet Ridge. You should have all received, and I've been told you have received, a packet that I had emailed into the city, so that's going to allow me to make my presentation much shorter. Because I will not be reading the entire sections of the law. I will just be citing the section and then reading our objections. Section 21.1.2, we believe it increases the already strained police, fire, and EMS services. And I can base that on 32 years of EMS service. Proposal allows for 220 units on land that should at max be planned for less than 150 units. Rationale is total square footage within an acre of land multiplied by 25 acres divided by minimum lot size for an R6 equates to 151 homes without streets, sidewalks, or the 100-foot wide easement that runs through the whole property. Proposal calls for multifamily housing, which has been shown to decrease property values of adjoining single-family residences. Proposed plan impervious surface of 75% will drastically increase runoff water in neighboring areas, especially scenic hills since we're below them in grade. It's supposed to lessen congestion and provide convenient, safe, and efficient circulation for vehicular and pedestrian traffic. I did read that portion of the law because the proposed plan will increase traffic through Northcliffe, a residential area, due to the traffic patterns to I-35 South. When you come out to Country Club Boulevard, you can either turn right and go to the access road and then go to 35 north towards Austin, or if you want to go to 35 south, you have to cut through Northcliffe to get to 1103 to go 35 south. 220 units will increase it by approximately 330 cars a day. You can assume that at least half of them will be going south. Proposed plan increases traffic on limited roadways, increases stormwater runoff, and increases attendance at already overcrowded schools. Elementary through high school are already at max. Public safety, as mentioned above, is already stretched. Section 21.4.6, Comprehensive Land Plan Amendment. Criteria for approval. We contend this does not promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the community. We contend it is not consistent with the objectives of the Comprehensive Land Plan. Section 21.4.11, criteria for approval. Number 1, we contend that it is not. Number 9, we contend that it is not. Section 21.5.2, zoning districts. As per table 21.5.2, the developer currently shows pre-development. Developer is requesting a planned development district, PDD. The development best falls under the townhome district, not a PPD. And under the townhome district, it wouldn't meet the criteria. Section 21.5.5, statement of purpose and intent for residential districts. Number 5, we contend there has been no environmental or economic changes that require the density requested by the developer. Number 6, we contend there has been no error in the original zoning as the previous golf course was permitted use within R6 and all of the surrounding area is R6. 21.5.7, dimensional and developmental standards. For R4, the developer would require 11,800 square feet, and they are only allowing 8,700 square feet per building. Minimum lot width and depth is 100 linear feet each. They're going 100 by 87 feet. Developer is only allowing 3 parking spaces per unit when 1.5 spaces per bedroom is required, resulting in 5 parking spaces per unit. In a 1,350 square foot house, people are going to use their garage for storage. One of their proposed parking spaces is the garage. I don't see how that would work. We believe that they should have to provide more off-street parking and not be able to use the dedicated walking trail for Parks and Recs as part of their impervious surface calculation, because if they don't use that, they're way over their 75%. Section 21.5.10, applicability. We believe this is not sensitive to surrounding land uses and the proposed development does not demonstrate any community benefits. A PDD should not be used to deviate from the provisions of the Uniform Development Code in a way that contradicts its intent. Section C of that, processing of application and decisions. The commission recommended PDD R4 and recommend it against PDD R4 and recommend it straight R6. At this time, we are asking you to deny the application as it's written. I have more written there because originally we were asking for something else and it's gotten simpler. D, developmental standards. We contend the proposed plan is most similar to TH, not R4. F, criteria for approval. Number 1, we contend it does not. Number 2, we contend it does not. Excuse me, my papers are out of order. Number 3, we contend it is not. Number 4, we contend it is not. Number 5, we contend it is not. Section 21.9.8, screening and fencing. We contend that there should be a masonry wall along the southeast property line. They're already saying that they're going to build a wall along the other side of the property where it goes up against the development, but they're not putting a wall along Scenic Hills at the edge of what they say is their property. They're putting it on the inside of the easement, and because Parks and Recreation asked for it, they're giving a walking trail through the easement, which would increase traffic of transients alongside Scenic Hills. We think they should get a wall. 5, developers requesting 21.5.9B special districts, which reads planned development district, a contiguous land area of a minimum size as specified by this UDC and this article to be planned and developed using a common master zoning plan and containing one or more uses and appropriate common areas. They have done that, but it's not proper for the area the development is located in. 21.5.4, criteria for approval. Oh, sorry, I put my pages in the wrong development again. 21.10.4, schedule of off-street parking. This gives them slightly less parking requirements. Multifamily, duplex, two-family, condominium, or other similar use, 1.5 spaces. Their proposed plan does not meet this requirement because it also calls for an additional 5% of required spaces, which then equals 693 parking spaces. 220 times 3 equals 660 times 1.05 equals 693 total required parking spaces. Further contend again that in a 1,350 square foot home, nobody's going to be using their garage for parking. Streets, safety lanes, fire lanes. We contend that the streets are not wide enough to hold the additional off-street parking that will exist due to a lack of parking spaces. This will preclude the access noted above to maintain wide enough safety lanes for access of emergency vehicles. That's again based on 32 years of EMS experience. There has been no study or documentation presented that would allow for a 25-year flood. Surrounding communities would be affected. Section 21.14.6, blocking of sidewalks is a citable offense. We contend with the limited parking spaces currently planned, there will not be enough space to park two cars deep in driveways without blocking the sidewalk. This becomes a safety issue. During the planning and zoning chairman, Mr. Outlaw, and I quote, said, "I don't think this is the right place, but you said so yourself, Brian," meaning Brian James. "No one disagrees that we could use more affordable housing, and the big question is, where do we put it? I don't think this is the right place." He and Brian then looked at a map that showed an undeveloped area of the golf course closer to 35, and that was where Mr. Outlaw said he thought this development should go. Thank you for the additional time. And this will be the last time you hear from me on this, which you'll figure out why later in the meeting.
Tim Steve, And then after that would be Jan Baldwin and Fred Kuntz.
My name is Tim Steve. My wife, Alyssa, my daughter Sophia, and I live at 3774 Pebble Beach. As registered voters in this county, I'm not going to ask you. I'm going to tell you, please deny this. Thank you.
My name is Jan Baldwin, and I live at 3401 Columbia Drive. For the reasons that we have presented tonight by the members of the North Cliff, Fairways, Scenic Hills, and the Links at Scenic Hills, and also Fairhaven, I ask that the council deny the application to change the zoning for various reasons that you will hear further on. I defer the rest of my time to Mr. McMaster.
I have a Bonnie R. at 3912 Cedar Court.
My name is Fred Kahns. I'm at 3833 Greenridge, Schertz, Texas. I'm a member of Scenic Hills also. I am asking the City Council to deny the proposed plan as well for various reasons that have already been brought up. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for letting us speak. I am Bonnie Rudolph. I live at 3912 Cedar Court in Schertz in Scenic Hills. I am 78. My brother is 76 and disabled, and my son is 43 and disabled. But we are all voters, and we all care very much for this land, for this part of Texas. We do not believe that this is good for this community. We request, all three of us, that the City Council deny the proposed zoning change to the 25 acres of what used to be the golf course. Thank you very much.
Julio Serrano, and then after that it's George, I can't make out your last name, at 3721 Hummers Glen.
Julio Serrano, 5128 Brookline, and I'm just here to say I'm opposed to the rezoning of the North Cliff golf course, and the biggest reason is because the dynamic of having a fourplex in the middle of a residential area is something I've never seen before in my life. So if anyone here has a great example of what that looks like 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, I'd love to see it. I'd love to go visit those neighborhoods to see what the dynamic is between the single-family residents and those folks living in those fourplexes. And if there isn't an example out there, I hate for us to be the experiment. Right? I love going out and supporting my community, and the last thing I want to do is come home and being worried about where I'm living. So I want to continue to support my community here in Schertz, and a big part of that is the safety of my home and knowing that there's no added stress when I come home. So I want to thank you for your time.
Good evening. I'm George Mara. My wife and I reside at 3721 Hunters Glen. We've lived there for the past 18 years. And for the reasons mentioned this evening, we both ask that the City Council deny the proposed zoning change affecting the old portions of the North Cliff Golf Course. Thank you for your interest in this important matter.
I have an L. Ariza. Then after that, an Eric Von der, I can't see the rest of it, and then Richard Mouse after that.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Gutierrez and the Schertz City Council. My name is Indalecio Ariza, and I reside at 3913 Cedar Court in the city of Schertz in Scenic Hills. At this time, I would also like to ask that you deny this proposal, and now I would like to go ahead and defer the rest of my time to Mr. Pat McMaster. Thank you.
I had about 15 extra minutes deferred. I could have used it all if you wanted me to.
Good evening. My name is Eric Vander Velden. I live at 3433 Cliffside Drive. Aside from the developer, I'm the neighborhood Yankee, so I'm probably the second most hated guy before you. I'm asking you to deny the rezoning request for the golf course for two main reasons. Number one, the streets are not set up to handle the extra traffic. Nobody's going to go 2 miles up Schwab Road to make a U-turn and come down to go to San Antonio. They're going to go through North Cliff. Morningside Drive has 2 speed bumps. They're going to hit the next block over, which is Cliffside Drive. The streets are not wide enough to handle parked cars on the side of the road, let alone 2 cars coming in opposite direction. They're not going to be able to handle the emergency vehicles. The second thing I'm concerned about is the schools are overcrowded as it is. Steele High School is overcrowded as it is right now. There's no plans on building another high school. I'm going to make this short and sweet, so again, I'm just asking to deny the request to rezone. Thank you. Have a good night.
Richard Mouse.
Hello, my name is Maureen Moss, and I live at 3434 Wimbledon Drive. And I would like you to deny the application as well for the reasons that have been mentioned before. This is for the PLPDD 2022-0095, or also known as the Villa at Bonnet Ridge. And I would like to cede the rest of my time to Richard Moss. Thank you.
Ms. Dennis, if you can please provide some assistance. He has a thumb drive. Mr. Moss was also provided the privilege to have extended time.
Pause document for Dalton.
Inner, or use the mouse, whichever one you want to do.
Okay.
Okay. Whichever you like.
Zoom it down to one page.
Okay. Got it?
Yep. Okay. My name is Richard Moss, 3434 Wimbledon Drive, and I handed out that brochure to most people that starts out looking like this page here. And with that, I would like to thank the city staff members that I've worked with to obtain documents and give me a better understanding of the city zoning process. They were polite and willing to help, but also adhere to certain talking points when asked about how decisions were made. The main talking point was comprehensive land use plan. Before I go on, a few words about my background. I am a 31-year resident of the original North Cliff. In my early years, I was a math major, and I acquired my pilot's license and aircraft technician licenses. I worked as an aircraft technician for a major airline for 39 years. The essence of my job was rules, regulations, and safety. I had to anticipate problems and take care of them before planes left in order to have the best outcomes for all involved. When examining the documents, I'm too close? It's, okay. When reviewing the available information, no, I strongly recommend that you deny PLP DD
009. When reviewing the available information about the PDD, I came across many documents. I would like to share a few of them with you at this time. I'm giving you a brief summary of what I see in these documents. The first is from a 6-page brochure that was given to the city with the intent of selling this project. What you're looking at are 2 items from that brochure: PDD, purpose and intent. Here the applicant is selling the city and telling what their own regulations mean and which ones to ignore so they can get something more creative, innovative, and imaginative in land development. They do not want to be constrained by rules and regulations under a typical zoning district. This project is no more innovative than a 1960s housing project. To me, they are trying to sell something shiny and new so they don't realize that you're being sold something that is not functional and will soon be an eyesore and create major inconveniences to the people who live here. This next document is from the Planning and Zoning meeting, and it talks about the highlighted ones. Well, there's 3 main parts of this PDD as I see it: public hearing responses, United Development Code references, the comprehensive land use plan. In the public notice section, at the time this was written, the overwhelming majority of respondents were opposed to this PDD. The only time you'll find the word conform in this document is when referencing the comprehensive land use plan. It's on 2 occasions: conformance with the comprehensive plan, and when they talk about the issues that most people here are the most concerned about, impact of public facility services. The proposed zone change would have minimal impact on the public services such as schools, fire, police, and parks. Well, I mean, if you can't hear me, why would I go on? Okay. I do not agree with that statement. Missing from this statement is a reference, is any reference to traffic or roads. Staff analysis and recommendations. My overall impression of the staff analysis is what is not in it. There is no mention that the overwhelming majority of the residents that responded to the public notices were opposed to this PDD. The only mention of R4 is about the comprehensive land use plan. Why did they put this in there? To me, it is quite confusing. All zoning districts are established in accordance with the adopted comprehensive land plan, so why put this in there? It would have been much more helpful and clear to state this PDD does not conform to an R4 zoning district. What else is missing from the staff analysis? What you will not see in this document is any mention of roads or traffic. Yet at the August 24th, 2022 P&Z meeting, this is what the staff had to say about traffic. Next question had to do was traffic, and I will say this was likely, I think, staff's biggest concern on this project. The conclusion statement was, I think it did not rise to the level with staff on this project to cause a denial. Recommendation in terms of the difference between a single family. At which point in this document, I go through how their definition, or they explain that 220 is not much greater than 55. There's only 55 lots in this. This is per their documents. So how in the world a single family with 55 units is no different than 4 units at 220? Okay, my next one is the document in the right-hand corner is the wait a second. Traffic impact analysis, or as the city calls it, a TIA. This is the one that was submitted for this project, and in the documents that I was given about this, it talks about the occupancy of where they got their number from, and the occupancy is 2.72. Well, if you go to the assumed household size, this property would have a assumed household of 4.5. So you would have to multiply times the number that they have of 1.28 by 1.65 in order to get the actual number that should be there, which is 209. And every time I talk to the staff about numbers, there is no answer. At this point, this is a new concept like other people have talked about. There is no data available. This would come up most of the time, no numbers. I've never been given numbers on anything. Parking. This is the gem of them all. This is the current parking plan for an 80-foot wide model. I mean, there's 80 feet of concrete in front of this all the way from the building to the road. That's your front yard, is 80 feet of concrete. There is two 10-foot sides, so if you add the two 10 together, so if you borrow your neighbors, you could get one parking spot per unit. That's the maximum you could get. If yours has a curve on it, you have no parking spots. If you have a no parking, you have no parking spots. If you have a fire hydrant, you have no parking spots. This is the most absurd thing of this whole thing that's absurd. And in their first document of this, it shows all the units as being two 20-foot driveways with a green space in the middle. That is not what this document shows. It clearly shows one 80-foot. This is what you're going to have every day when you come out in the morning, is trying to find your car out here and make sure your neighbor's car isn't in your spot. So now going back to the original document and why I put the picture out there. The picture is the cover of their brochure. The barn door design is already outdated, not innovative. Replacing a door is a rather simple project. In the case of this project, there's nothing simple about replacing a large project that was meant to stand for 100 years. As I said before, this looks like a 1960s government project, and the government, when they built these 20 years later, they're already looking on how to tear them down. I certainly don't want to be forced to deal with this potential eyesore the rest of my time in Northcliffe. And anybody that's interested, their website is available on the products they build and the quality of them. And how I want to finish on the positive note is, this is what I think the city really needs to do, and that is the plain language initiative. Plain language is communication your audience can understand the first time they read it and hear it. The purpose is to improve customer service and reduce costs. I spent 4 hours talking to the city about the word should. So I don't think there's a lot of clear language here. Thank you.
Mayor, that was the last one for the general.
Do we have a separate listing on that one, or is that the other one is the public hearing? Yes. Okay. Is there anyone else that didn't sign up? I think I do have one. Ms. Linda Rasha? Did you want to speak now or at the public hearing?
Okay, I think a lot of people, you signed up, but you signed up for the public hearing, not the citizens to be heard, because we do have a list for public hearing at that time. Hi.
The public hearing is item number 7.
We all wanted to speak now. After the explanation by the staff, so.
Hello.
Well, we'll let her speak, and then I'll answer your questions.
Mayor?
Yes.
When they came in to sign up, I told them they can sign up, the hearing of residents, and they can also sign up, during the public hearing. So some of them signed up in both. Yes. So I guess some of them have misunderstood. The public hearing is going to be coming up next, and the mayor is going to open up the public hearing and call upon all those people, all y'all that signed up on that sheet. This is just the very beginning sheet at the very beginning.
Yeah, for the public hearing, you really didn't need to sign up. It was going to be open for anyone that wants to speak. The hearing of residents is different. The hearing of residents is provided an opportunity for the council to hear any concerns you may have. And sometimes they're the same. That's why I made the option available. You can speak at the hearing of residents, you can speak at the public hearing, or you can speak at both. Okay?
My name is Linda Rosh, and I live at 3509 Whisper Knoll, and also Jenna Reed and Sean Reed from 3509 Whisper Knoll. And we're all registered voters, we vote all the time, and we would all like to say no to changing the zoning from PD where it is right now. We don't want townhomes, and I lived in townhomes in Maryland. I worked in DC. I said I worked in Washington DC, and I lived in Maryland in a townhouse, and I can tell you those communities are not what you want in the middle of the golf course, because I lived there. We were in the military, we moved around. I've lived a lot of different places, and this is not something you want in the middle of a neighborhood like this. So.
Thank you. Just for clarification, the public hearing is different than the hearing the residents. Is there anyone here that signed up for the public hearing that would like to speak during the hearing the residents? Please come up to the mic. If you signed up for the hearing the residents, you're welcome to come up here and speak. We just need your name so that we can go ahead and, this is not the public hearing portion of it. This is not the public hearing. Now, let me clarify a point here. We have the hearing of residents is what we're addressing at this point. Is there anyone that signed up for the hearing of residents that would like to speak? Yeah. The hearing of residents is for any topic. It doesn't matter what, it could be anything you want to bring up to the council's attention. The public hearing is strictly for that particular subject. That's the difference. A public hearing is for that particular subject, that particular item, number 7. Okay? So you will be afforded the opportunity during the public hearing to speak. Okay?
May I speak now, Mayor?
Did you sign up for the hearing of residents? Yes, please. Name and address.
Good evening. My name is Roy Jones. I live at 3422 Wimbledon Drive. First, I would like to thank the members of the City Council for their time and attention to this matter before them tonight. I ask that you deny the application as applied for. I believe this proposed development in the middle of an established community of single-family homes would be a mistake for multiple reasons. First, increased vehicle traffic with all sorts of motor vehicles parked on Wimbledon Drive and Columbia that will not fit in this development. Second, crime. I am a business owner on Interstate 35, 2 exits north of Northcliffe. An apartment complex was recently constructed less than 1/2 mile from my business. Since its construction, we have experienced criminal trespass in the middle of the night at least 6 times. The cost of theft and vandalism is in the tens of thousands of dollars. We have spent thousands of dollars to increase our security. Fellow business owners in the area are now resorting to electrifying their fences. We cannot expose the large elderly population in our community to this kind of crime. Third, stormwater runoff. Fourth, decreased property values. Please deny this application. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. We'll move on to the consent agenda items. Consent agenda items are considered self-explanatory, and information packets are provided to council and available for public viewing. These items require no separate discussion unless requested by council. Item number 1, the approval of the minutes of our regular meeting on September 6, 2022, and the regular meeting on September 13, 2022. Item number 2, resolution number 22R-108, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing the city manager to sign an interlocal agreement for fire protection services between Guadalupe County and the City of Schertz and other matters in connection therewith. Item number 3, resignations, reappointments, and appointments of various boards, commissions, and committees. On the Economic Development Corporation, the resignation of Jesse Carrasco, the reappointment of Paul Macalasso, Jesse Hamilton, Simi Rowland, and the appointment of William Dixon to fill vacancies of Jesse Carrasco. On Building and Standards Commission, the reappointment of Bruce Johnson and Patricia Collum. On Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, the reappointment of Johnny McDowell, William Bosch, Sally Macias, James Garland, and James Snow. On the Planning and Zoning Commission, the appointment of Patrick McMasters as an alternate member for position 1. On the Schertz Historical Preservation Committee, the appointment of Becky Babcock and Christopher Hormel. On the Transportation Safety Advisory Commission, the appointment of Christopher Hormel as the alternate member for position number 2. Mayor Pro Temp, if you can continue reading the other items.
Yes. Item number 4, resolution number 22R100, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing EMS debt revenue adjustments, utility billing debt revenue adjustments, and Schertz Magazine debt revenue adjustments for certain inactive outstanding receivables and other matters in connection therewith. Item number 5, ordinance number 22T39, an ordinance by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing an adjustment to the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget to adjust personnel budgets, repealing all ordinance or the parts of the ordinance in conflict with this ordinance and providing an effective date. Final reading. Resolution, item number 6, resolution number 22R100, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas. Oh, I keep saying 100 and when it's 107, I'm sorry. Resolution number 22R107, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing expenditures with Half and Associates totaling no more than $60,000 for professional engineering-related services on the Schertz Parkway and Lookout Road signalization project and other matters in connection therewith.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Council, do any of these need to be removed for separate action?
No.
Is there a motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 6?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward and second by Councilmember Davis. Any other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6 ayes, no objections. I stand corrected. The public hearing on the North Cliff is item number 8. We'll go to number 7 at this time. Item number 7 is a public hearing, ordinance number 22S36, an ordinance by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, amending the official zoning map of rezoning approximately 20 acres of land, Planned Development District, PDD, a portion of parcel identification numbers 67955, approximately 4.2 acres located southeast of Archer Pass and Wooker Trail, a portion of parcel identification numbers 67955, approximately 4.5 acres of land located 1,100 feet southeast. Did I just repeat myself? It almost seems like it. A portion of the I'm reading as it is, as it's read, as it's written.
It's got
here.
a few separate parcels,
Yes,
Mayor, so you may
okay.
be repeating yourself appropriately.
Approximately 4.5 acres of land located 1,100 feet southeast of Archer Pass and Wicker Trail, a portion of the parcel identification numbers 112888, approximately 11 acres of land located 2,900 feet southeast of the intersection of Homestead Parkway and Hartley Square, City of Schertz, Guadalupe County, Texas. Mr. James, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, you may have been repeating yourself. This is actually 3 separate parcels to be rezoned, and so the language is fairly similar for each. These parcels are all within the Homestead development. Again, you can see Schwab Road here, Homestead Parkway through here, the sections of Homestead that have been developed. I-35 is up here. The parcels are over toward the side off future Schwab Road. The applicant is coming in to rezone them, and I'll go through the map. Again, here's the property owner public hearing notice map. The property owner is proposing to rezone the parcels generally from townhome, and I'll go back to the map here, generally from townhome and commercial to, and that's part of the Homestead PDD, to essentially a PDD as well, this time for effectively a multifamily development. I will say it's fairly similar to the project that most of the folks are here on that's here next within Northcliffe, in that technically the parcels are one lot on each parcel with different units, thus which is what triggers the multifamily. But again, right now it's zoned for commercial and then townhome. They're modifying it accordingly, but keeping it within all the homestead development. I will say this, that we did receive two property owners, or two letters in opposition. One was within the notice area. So as council knows, if the owners of more than 20% of the property within the 200-foot notice area, that's within the city of Schertz, oppose a case, it requires a 3/4 majority of council to approve it. So again, one property owner owns a fairly large amount, the other was far outside, so that triggers the supermajority for council to be able to approve this item going forward. You can see the current current land use plan, but again, presently it's townhome and commercial within this. The current zoning is PDD, doesn't really help you unless you know the base zoning. And again, you can see the exhibits with the particular parcels that are coming in. So again, the 3 units involved in the amendment are 7B, 13, and 18. 7B and 13 are currently designated townhome, 18 is designated commercial, the one kind of at the intersection there. And the PDD would modify it to do essentially a townhome multifamily project, fairly similar. The distinction that staff makes from a zoning perspective on the townhome and multifamily is how many units do you have on an individual lot. So if you do one large lot, even though the buildings may look the same, it's multifamily. How if you subdivide the parcel so each unit sits on its own lot, it would be considered a townhome. And that's what the development is proposing. Again, they have the designation in the Schertz sector plan as single-family residential, but that designation provides for a variety of uses within that land use area. Again, currently they're zoned townhome and multifamily, we feel does conform because, again, that broad category is a diversity of housing units. And it seems consistent with the Homestead PDD and the concept. Public hearing was held on August 24th at the Planning and Zoning Commission. They made a recommendation to council 6-0 to vote approval of it. So as such, staff recommends approval of the proposed zoning.
Thank you, Mr. James. I think the applicant is here, right? Please. If you can state your name, address.
Mayor, Council, thank you. My name is Matt Matthews, and my address is 8601 Ranch Road 2222 in Austin, Texas. I'm here representing Freehold Communities, the developer of the Homestead project. And thank you, Brian, working with staff. We're excited to bring this to Homestead, the potential of bringing some different product to Homestead, which we think is complementary to the subdivision and the development that we've completed thus far. Just to kind of give a quick overview of Homestead and where we're at right now. So far, we've developed 356 lots in the community and sold approximately 282 homes with 256 new families in Homestead. We're in the process right now of developing another 331 lots in Homestead, which kind of adjacent to these parcels that we are attempting to amend the PDD on. And again, some of these documents are in your packet, but to make this clear to everybody here, the two units here that are in the tan color, Unit 7B and 13, with our original PDD that was approved in 2014. This was zoned originally townhome, and now we're trying to make a distinction townhome multifamily. It's important, I think, to note that we are not increasing density under our original zoning. We're still adhering to the 12 units per acre. This PDD amendment allows us a little bit more flexibility in the product we present here. And then Unit 18 here was originally zoned in the PDD as commercial. And rather than have a gas station or dry cleaners or something of that nature in the project, we're proposing to present, to amend this to put similar product into Unit 7B and 13. So I'll kind of take you through this. This is obviously preliminary, but to kind of give you an idea of what we're proposing. These are some specific layouts. Again, it's in some 2-plex up to 6-plex configurations here. Parking spaces. These units that we're proposing will have 2-car garages in each unit. We're also, adhering to all the city standards as far as guest parking and so forth, and have provided, the parking accordingly in each one of these different units. Traffic, we've had a TIA adherence letter. We've had a traffic professional look at this. The change, obviously the change from townhome to townhome multifamily didn't change any traffic considerations. But this commercial parcel here, it's not going to change anything as far as traffic is concerned from what the commercial usage would have generated. And drainage, this all meets. We'll have to go through the construction plan approval process if we get this approved. But our current drainage system can support this as well. This is kind of a general. This is concept, but this again shows you the 2-car garage units and some of the dimensions here, and some floor plans. And this is the type of product that, again, we think will provide a price point in the community that as housing prices continue to escalate, this would be, again, it's a mix of units. I didn't mention that. About a third of the units are 2-bedroom, 1,165 square feet, at least this preliminary layout shows that. And then 2/3 of the units are 3-bedroom units, about 1,565 square feet. So not too small, but certainly a different product than we have with some of the larger homes that we're building in Homestead right now. Again, thank you for your consideration of this, and thank you for staff from working through this with us, and I'm here to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you, sir. Right, this item is on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the council in reference to this subject? Going once, going twice. Public hearing is closed. Okay, council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Brown.
Hi, just a question on the ownership model for this, is individually owned units?
This will be a condominium regime. It's hard to bring this kind of, condominium regime.
Okay.
Councilmember Scagliola.
Yeah, thank you for coming forward.
Yes, sir.
Schwab Road has always been a little bit of a, well, I remember disapproving the Homestead subdivision a few years back because Schwab Road wasn't going to be connected. Are we planning to do that now?
We don't own, and I can flip back to, lost my map here, but okay, here we go. Brian, if you wanted to speak to that. We are constructing right now, as we speak, we're building this portion of, it's a minor arterial, right, of Schwab Road. We're constructing this portion of it right now, which is within the boundaries of the properties we own. We've actually paved that, so that's actually been completed. When we get to this part of it, we leave our ownership boundary line is here, and this is McComb's properties here, and this is, part of the same PDD, but not anything that we control or own. So, and Brian might speak better to the future plans for Schwab.
Yeah, Brian, so basically how are they going to get to this piece of property to develop it?
Sure. So they're going to come up through the Homestead development is how they're going to get there today. You can see the various routes that they can take through the neighborhood, through the neighborhoods. And again, we assume that when we laid out the Homestead development, that for a period of time, folks are going to have to come up through this way to get there. That's what they'll do until such time as Schwab Road is built all the way over. And again, Matt is right. They'll build part of it. When the adjacent property is developed, they'll build part of it. I will say that there are probably significant challenges in building the section of Schwab Road, generally from the frontage road up to probably this edge because of floodplain and things like that and property ownerships. And so again, that's one of the reasons that the city charges roadway impact fees. We charge roadway impact fees in order to be able to go in, use those funds to build sections of road in the service area, filling gaps, things like that. So that's likely when that will happen. But certainly as development comes in, often what staff does is talk with them about where they can build to make the greatest improvement, things like that. So there is no time frame for that to be built yet. Yes, sir, if that's your question.
I feel like I'm a can being kicked down the road on that one, but hey, better sooner than later. The other contention I have is the loss of the commercial. Yeah, I was in Florida recently to this nice place called the Villages, and I absolutely love your recreation center.
Thank you.
It's state of the art. It looks really, really nice. And I'm just wondering, commercial, coffee shop, ice cream parlor, get your hair cut, nails done. Well, not me. Hair? No, not me. Anyway, I'm worried about losing that convenience for the residents. Are you planning to actually provide some more amenities like that?
Not currently. We are developing, and part of this 331 lots we're developing, we're building out per our PDD, our development agreement with the city park here, building a pond. We're building some trail systems. We'll continue to construct trail systems throughout the community, but we're putting a lot of emphasis on this 13-acre city park that will be dedicated to the city once we finish development. There are commercial zoning up front, and that's our, again, we don't control that, but we're hoping that there'll be some kind of a complementary retail component to that when it comes to bear. Again, I can't speak to what their plans are there, but I think you're seeing some of the other compatible, retail uses up and down 35 with the movie theaters, et cetera, and maybe that'll show up. So the treatment of this small corner here, I think, again, we're kind of counting on, what's going to come up here in the front eventually to serve those retail needs and provide a full package of amenities and services to our residents.
Okay, cool. And the other thing was the overflow parking. Generally, these type of units have more than one or two cars that are frequenting in and out. Where you mentioned it, but I didn't see specifically where the overflow parking
The
was.
parking, the way we've designed this product, again, there's 2 garage spaces that are counting towards our parking requirements in each unit. We're going to have a 2-car garage inside of each unit. The way this has been designed, for every 2-bedroom unit, we provided 2 parking spaces. And of course, those 2-car garages count towards that. And for every 3-bedroom unit, 2.5 parking spaces. Okay. And I believe the way it reads, Brian, you're better at this than I am, that 5% of spaces need to be reserved for guests as well. So you take those required parking per the bedroom count, multiply that by, add an extra 5% for overflow guest parking, and this plan is indicative of that it meets those requirements. And, I guess we've got I should have added this up, 291 spaces involved with Unit 13, 125 with Unit 7B, and then 95 with Unit 18. I think this plan, we spent a lot of front-end time rather than come to council with just a zoning plan, and staff wouldn't put something in front of you that we haven't thought out thoroughly. But this is, we spent more time rather than just try to get an overlying zoning change and then come in and start getting into the details later. We wanted to address everything that we might run into as we get into, if we're fortunate enough to get the PDD amendment, when we get ready to plan. So I think we've met everything that we're, required to, and this dimensional, concept plan here reflects that.
Awesome. Brian, this one's for you.
Yes, sir.
I saw that in the layout of the house is the rear setback is only 10 feet.
That's correct.
Is that typical? I thought it was 20 feet.
So it typically is bigger. I think this is one of the things that we're dealing with now as we have, a changing market in terms of product type, in terms of increased construction cost, in terms of kind of the concept that we have here. What we're sort of finding and hearing as we talk to our peers in other cities and look at other projects is folks often moving into this product. They're moving into it because they don't want a lot of open space. They don't need and want a big yard. That's what sort of attracts them to this type of product. They don't want that large yard. They don't necessarily want the maintenance. If they do, they tend to move into a single-family detached product. And so one of the things that we've tried to do with this is acknowledge that and adjust the standards accordingly with it. Again, this is a bit of a different product in that it is, while it's technically a multifamily, as the applicant indicated, it's going to be a condominium regime where people own their own units as such. And so again, the point of the PDD is to be able to modify development standards to fit that. And so, we have a few of these requests in. You may recall that in the Crossvine with their garden home project, we did a lot of back and forth, and I think came with a number of different zoning cases to do that based on the builder's type. And so, yeah, what essentially we're doing is shifting from maybe where we were 20 years ago to where we are today in need of this diversity of housing type, and saying everybody doesn't want that big backyard. I've used the example of my dad when they were up in San Antonio. He didn't want a lot of yard, didn't need a whole lot of yard, had a very small backyard, accommodated essentially a deck, and that was it. And so that's the function of the reduced rear yard setback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have been impressed with the Homestead subdivision, the diversity of housing types, the layout. I can tell you're putting a lot of effort into the development itself, and it's greatly appreciated. That's all I have, sir.
And I will say, Councilman, one of the things you mentioned with regard, I think we've had a lot of conversations with the applicant on that overflow parking, that guest parking. I think they certainly understand staff's perspective. While we didn't codify it in exactly in the code and say, here's a definite rule, I think we understand the concept. We've heard what council has said, which we need to have some of those spaces, and certainly have communicated that to them, and the expectation is there that those will be spread out throughout each of the different pods of development.
All right, Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, Brian, Mayor's throwing me a curveball. This is a challenge for me, and I say that because I've been up here saying that we need different types of housing in the community. I just don't think Schertz is going to be successful down the road with nothing but single-family homes everywhere. And I've generally been supportive of PDDs. I understand the flexibility that's needed by developers to put in some kind of product versus just straight zoning on a specific parcel. But you hit on a nerve for me when you talked about another PDD that has come through several times. And that's my concern with this is council gets presented a design proposal, and we approve it as a PDD, which has some flexibility.
Yep.
And then 3 or 4 years later or less, a developer comes back in with, I want to make a modification to the PDD. And we ponder the changes, and if we approve it, then 2 years later, the developer comes back in with, I've got another idea for the PDD. Mm-hmm. And in the one that you talked about, as a matter of fact, I was not on council when that PDD was approved, but I was here when it came in for, I think it was the third or fourth time.
Probably, yeah.
And the 3 proposals that came in were, let me reduce the lot size, let me reduce the lot size, let me reduce the lot size. And, I have a problem with that. I mean, I understand we need some flexibility, but, we've said we've built 300 homes or 280 homes, and those folks are buying into a property that hopefully they looked at the layout and looked at what was coming. There should be no surprise to anybody up there that there's going to be a school at some point. There should be no surprise to anybody up there that there's going to be a city park with a pond. That was all in the original PDD. But we start this out with there's going to be townhomes, and now we're going to condominiums. And we say that there's going to be some kind of retail or commercial development, and now we say, no, we'll just shelve that. So I really do have some reservations about opening that can going forward, where we approve something and the public has a chance to weigh in on it, and then we go back and change it again. And I'm fearful that we see another change to this PDD in 12 months or in 24 months or in 36 months. And I'm not quite sure that that's fair to the residents that got in on this on the front end, looking at what was being offered or proposed to them, and now it's changing. So I just have that reservation.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that, and I think certainly one of the things I would say with that, to echo maybe what the residents were told and things like that, one of the challenges, they come out one time for a zoning case, they participate, something's approved, they become a little bit kind of worn out coming in, and so you'll see that interest kind of wane, not because they don't care, but because how many times do they have to sort of pause their lives and what's going on to come back out. So I think that's a valid point. And so I think staff is cognizant of that. I'll tell you two things that I think are a factor for us when we look at this. One is it's really the size of the planned development district. And I don't know if you recall when we first zoned that, what year that was?
14.
Yeah, so it was 2014 is when it was, so 8 years ago. So one of the things that we tend to find is with these larger master plan communities, these PDDs, that build out is over a longer period of time. And the challenge that we have is that the market dynamics change, the desire of residents and home buyers changes over the period of time. And so we don't tend to see that on a smaller project as much. They tend to come in, they build in a shorter window, the market demand doesn't change as much. And so that's what we see. I will say that one of the other challenges we have with some of the larger PDDs, and Homestead is probably a good example, because the reality, these pieces were, I hate to say a little bit leftover pieces, but they were a little bit pieces that didn't really lend themselves clearly to single-family residential development. So again, you've got Schwab Road here, you've got Drainage Ray running through here, you've got the and I cannot remember the name of this road running through here, Sundown Parkway and City of Cibolo on the other side. And so to some degree, as I recall during the discussions, the question is what made sense for those? At the time, I recall staff pushing, going, can we try to do a bit of a different product type because we just have single family, and that's where the townhome push came in. The commercial, as Councilman Scagliola said, I don't think was as much retail, it was more office service kind of uses. That, as you know, can be a mixed bag. When we get that commercial development adjacent to a neighborhood, we also often get pushback. The doctor's office on Schertz Parkway across from Pascal, and certainly the number of calls we've gotten about the coffee shop going on Schertz Parkway, catty corner from Pascal. And so I think you make a valid point that at some point, if it's this ever-changing thing, that's an issue. The second challenge that staff has is where we've seen an increase in this part of the state, the San Antonio metropolitan area, with different product types coming in that we're seeing here, is our ordinances aren't really set up to deal with them. It's a little bit different than we've got. Each builder or developer has their own slight variation. And so I'm not sure we're going to overcome that by creating a new zoning district for it. I think what staff has kind of found in the conversations we've had is that if we want this diversity of housing type in this product, most folks have their own particular thing they're doing. And if they can't quite get the zoning, then it doesn't sort of fit for them. That doesn't mean there's not somebody else to come in next and try to do it, but that's the challenge that we're hearing. And that, again, as I said, was Crossvine. Reason they kept coming back is the developer, the garden homes, the builder kept changing, and they all had their different product, and they'd point us to go, look at what I've done here, look at what I've done there. So I don't disagree that it's a concern. I will say that I think with the Homestead, we haven't had a whole lot of that. My impression is they're looking to move forward now with this. There's no guarantee, and so hopefully it's one change. Again, one of the things you'll notice is there's not a lot of existing homeowners right around it. Not that they didn't look at the big map coming in, but that's certainly part of it. So I don't know that I disagree with you. Don't know that I have a great answer. I think it's a little bit of a mixed bag.
So this proposal is for individually owned condominiums. There'll be multiplex units, but there'll be individually owned units, not...
They're set up to be, they could be individually owned, yes. Condominiums.
And what are we looking at the price point? Do we know?
That's undetermined currently. I mean, these things are, it's not getting any cheaper to develop, certainly. Inflation hits everything. It's a price point. Right now our 55-foot lots, homes are selling over the last year probably in the mid 400s. It would be something that would be, I would hope, be just below that. Please don't hold me to that, but costs change, times change, but it's to provide kind of maybe where we originally started this project. Some price points in the the threes or so. And I would point out to your point about ever-changing PDDs. We did change it once to change the name from Nortex to Homestead.
But that's my point. Changing a PDD for changing the name of a development is a minor thing. Changing it to we want to go from single family to multifamily, that's a significant change. The units, I guess, would that be to the north of it on the upper part of the slide? Those are not been developed yet, correct?
These are being developed. These are being developed right currently. They're paved. We've paved this section and Unit 6. This is 128 55-foot wide lots.
And that's all green space.
We haven't recorded the plat yet, though. We have to put in dry utilities and record the plat.
And what is the zoning in those gray areas that you're working on right now?
SF 55 or they're 55-foot lots by 120 65-foot lots, and we have 75-foot wide lots down here in Unit 5 and 9.
Okay, thank you.
So,
and I would say this, that that completes, we've now developed all of the sections inside of the property we own inside of Homestead. So we wouldn't be coming back and asking for, I can't imagine that on the property we own, because we were developing those and plan to record plats here in the near future for the balance of these sections here that are under development.
And just to make sure I've got my bearing straight, the circle on the far right, that's the dividing line between Schertz and Cibolo?
Right.
Yes.
That road that goes up there? Yes. So everything to the right of that is Cibolo?
that's correct.
Okay.
And again, just to make sure Council clearly understands, from a staff perspective, the zoning of it is PDD with a base of multifamily, all one lot. While we understand their intent is to do a condominium regime where everyone owns their individual unit, staff has not put that in the code. It's not required. So certainly they could change their mind, come in and say, we just want to do all the units as rental. I just want that to be clear for council. We don't regulate that. The other part of it is, again, the plats in these have not been filed yet, so lots have not been sold. We would certainly encourage the developer to update their map, assuming this is approved, and make very clear to future buyers what this is going to be, because I would agree with you, if I had a quarter for every time somebody came in and said, I didn't realize that was going to be developed as this, I'd be a very rich person.
Good.
Councilmember Whitaker?
I think I may have gotten confused. Was it originally single family, or was this always townhome?
Unit 13 and Unit 7B were townhome originally. We're modifying it slightly to a townhome multifamily designation in the PDD to allow a little flexibility. Unit 18 was commercial.
Got it.
So that is a true change of use from commercial to townhome multifamily.
Okay, so on that point, I don't think that it's a huge change what you're asking. It's not going from single family to multifamily, so it's a little bit lesser of a change. I also wanted to just say that I feel like it's reasonable that within an 8-year period, market conditions change, demand changes. I would like to see these be flexible so that when we get that far down the road, if a change needs to happen, that we're open to listening to that. I live in the Crossvine. I moved in over 3 years ago, and they had this beautiful picture of the amenities in the corner and the stores, and I'm like, wow, this is going to be great, you know, and 4 years later, not one stone has been turned, you know, that, and it's so far down the road. But I bought my house, and I looked at the people right around me, which is really what has the greatest impact, and I know that a lot of the people here have their concerns on what's right on the other side of their fence, and that really is what has the most impact in any community. So from a private property owner's perspective, and also being in the industry, I think it's really important for people to be aware of, you own your property. It's incumbent upon you to find out what the plans are, but plans change all the time, and I hear that a lot too as well. I didn't know that that was going to happen there. Well, a lot of people didn't know that. Probably the person who owned that property didn't know that, just because things change. So back to my original statement, I just think it is reasonable to allow a developer some flexibility that 8 years down the road, you know, if things change, we need to be a little bit flexible. And I don't think this is a huge shift. It's not single family to multifamily. It's a different type of multifamily product. I'm fine with it.
Councilmember Dalla.
I just have to say, I guess Councilwoman Whitaker kind of took just about everything I was going to comment on that. It's not a significant change. It's basically greenfield development. There's nobody else around there. I think that makes it a much easier decision. So, yeah.
Okay. Council, any other comments? This does require a 75% approval, which is a 5-to-1 vote that is required here for this to pass. So I just want to make that clear. Council, is there a motion to approve ordinance number 22S36?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, second by Councilmember Dalla. Any other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
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 We have 6 ayes, no objection. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council.
All right, we'll move on to item number 8, ordinance number 22S35. An ordinance by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, amending the official zoning map by rezoning approximately 25 acres of land from Pre-Development District, PRE, to Planned Development District, PDD, located 2,200 feet southeast of the intersection of Country Club Boulevard and IH-35 Access Road, also known as the portion of Comal County Property Identification Number 377261, Guadalupe County Property Identification Number 363833, City of Schertz, Texas. First reading. Mr. James, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. So as indicated, this is the subject property. It's in the middle of Northcliff. It was part of the Northcliff Golf Course previously. The property owner is requesting to rezone the subject property essentially for a PDD, Planned Development District, with a base zoning district of R4, which is multifamily. The current zone is which is pre-development. Again, the city used to use that as sort of a holding zoning district, much like, if folks are familiar, other places in Texas use an ag district. There are really very few uses that are allowed on that property, municipal uses, schools, churches. That's really it. And the assumption is that that property will come in and rezone to some other designation. The city no longer in practice zones property as pre. Again, zoning should be done in conformance with the comp plan. we don't really have anything designated pre on the comp plan, and so we come in and zone it at time of annexation to what we anticipate the more appropriate uses to be going forward. Included here is the public hearing property owner notice. As you can see, notices went out to quite a few property owners in the area. In fact, 115 were mailed out to the surrounding property owners, and then we published the legal notice. We received 346 individual responses opposed. There was one in favor, one neutral, but certainly that's a significant number in opposition. The 346 is far above the 115 that we mailed out in the notice area. So all that really tells you is that folks who are in the area but outside that 200-foot notice weighed in with their opinion, which again I think is helpful for staff and city council. As mentioned on the last item, if the owners of at least 20% of the area within that 200-foot notice area submit an objection to the proposed rezoning, it triggers that supermajority 3/4 vote. So at least 5 members of council have to vote for it in order for the item to be approved. And again, at this time, we've got about 35% of the area has submitted that opposition. So it meets that area. Again, just so you can see the current zoning map, as folks I'm sure will talk about, the zoning surrounding the property to the north and south is R6, single-family residential, 7,200 square foot lots is the minimum lot size. The subject property with the star is currently zoned as pre. The current comp plan map has the designation of single-family residential. As noted on the last item, though, when you read the comp plan document, the single-family includes a variety of housing types, and so again, in staff's vision, it's not in conflict with the comp plan that you would get multifamily or townhome or things like that within that larger single-family designation. You can see the rezoning exhibit. Again, it's just really one more that shows the subject property. Again, a couple things I'll point out, and the residents have certainly talked about this. The property has frontage on both Country Club Boulevard and Columbia on this side, and are proposing points of access. You can see the current zoning on the left, the proposed zoning on the right. And then again, with the PDD, what staff has tried to do and done with a little more specificity than the last item is really lock in the land development pattern. I think certainly one of the things that there's a concern about a lot of times from folks are, what's the range of things that could be developed on a piece of property? One of the benefits of the PDD is we have the ability to sort of lock in a layout, if you will, and that includes the building pattern, the lotting pattern, generally the street layout, things like that. And what that does is let folks know this is what you're going to get to some degree. Now, there's some things we certainly can't control, but again, it provides as much as possible. I will touch on this exhibit because this really reflects one of the change that the applicant made between the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council. As a number of the residents spoke about, the applicant previously had been proposing a masonry wall on the property line up here. They had proposed a wall along this property line down here as well. What they've come back with based on the concerns from the residents, as you can see in this graphic, is to do a wood privacy fence at the backs of the units here, and this is the large overhead utility easement. And then generally along the southern boundary somewhere, and I say that because there are a number of easements that run through that area. So whether that's exactly on the property line, whether it's 20 feet off the property line, that has yet to be determined in terms of the approval that the applicant can get from the different utility easement holders going forward. But the applicant is locked in the PDD to construct the wrought iron fence along this southern property boundary generally. And one of the reasons that's a concern, and certainly the residents will reiterate this if you've been out there and looked, is the residents back here don't have fences backing up to their homes, and thus the concern from folks sort of wandering out of that easement off the hike and bike trail onto the property. But again, as the resident said, one thing to make clear is this area that's within the easement is going to continue to be owned by this development and this developer. It's not being turned over to the city as a park. And what they are doing is constructing that hike and bike trail, providing easement. So yes, to be clear, this will be a public hike and bike trail. The alignment shown on here is generalized. Okay, it was to illustrate the concept, but certainly I think staff has heard and the developer has heard from residents. They don't necessarily want this running along the far southern boundary. It will likely meander. It'll be affected by the pole location and the easement holder, but certainly I think there's not a need to butt that up against that southern property line. And I will say that's not that different than what we heard from the residents who back up against the recently opened hike and bike trail off Schertz Parkway. When we were under construction going through, some of those expressed concern about how close they were. We tried to move a little further away, but you know, it's a pretty short distance to the back of those lots. Many have low wrought iron fences back there. So again, this is not uncommon for something that we do. Again, we've talked a lot about the R4 standards and some of the modifications that we've made. Again, much like the last item, this is not your typical suburban style apartment complex like the others that we have in our community. It's a different product type a bit. The base zoning is multifamily, and that again is because for each building will be on its own separate lot. But that lot will have 4 units, and so that effectively makes it multifamily as opposed to a more traditional townhome that each unit is on its own lot. And again, the units will not be stacked on one another, they'll be side by side. So you can see certainly the standards that the applicant has laid out. Again, the designation is single family, but that single family designation can be a little misleading until you read the comp plan because it expresses a variety of housing types and even at times commercial uses, which is why on the last item within that single family designation, initially we recommended the commercial zoning. You have those little pockets of things for that variety. Again, I won't do as good a job as the residents have done and will do tonight and did at the Planning and Zoning Commission. I assume some of council probably watched that, so they can reiterate this. But again, part of what we heard was concern about fencing and a lack of fencing on the easement. I think the applicant has tried to address that tonight. There were concerns expressed about what the planned development district is, how much flexibility it had, what it regulated, what it didn't regulate going forward. Again, we can't regulate everything that there is, but we've tried to lock in a lot to give folks a feel of what's coming forward. So there's more detail on this one than the last one because of that. Certainly, we've heard some concern about street size and parking. The applicant has indicated that they plan this to be a gated community. That creates, you know, a different approach because really that parking will be within their project as opposed to a lot of spill out on the adjacent streets. There were concerns expressed with regard to emergency service response time, concerns about HOA requirements and how active that HOA is and that they have to sort of enforce themselves. The big thing obviously was compatibility with the single family homes. You know, again, it's not uncommon that when we have single family homeowners, they'd like to see single family homes on lots typically as big as theirs or fairly close developed adjacent as opposed to a more intensive use. Traffic and access was a concern as well. I think this one staff will acknowledge is a very valid concern. While Country Club as that residential collector can accommodate a high volume of cars, as we all know from the pattern up here, folks try to get back to 1103 to get to the overpass to head south without having to go up, do the turnaround at Schwab. And so we've certainly over the years had a lot of concerns about speeding within the neighborhoods. And again, what you tend to find is when somebody is traveling through a neighborhood, doesn't live there, they may not be as concerned and focused on maintaining their speed, stopping at the stop sign, things like that. I think that's certainly a valid concern. But ultimately, as with the last item, what we do is we look at the ultimate build-out condition, where we have roads coming in, and ultimately we'll accommodate those, and it wasn't enough at this point for staff to recommend denial. I will say that and I appreciate some of the conversations with residents, but, you know, while we don't require a full traffic impact analysis with a zoning case, we require a TIA determination form, and then staff kind of runs some rough numbers and looks at it there. You know, one of the things is typically multifamily units, and again, the caveat I'll say is this is not a traditional multifamily, generate far fewer trips per unit than do single family. You know, you're up about 0.99 typically on single family, 0.5658 on multifamily. It's not a typical multifamily. The other I'll say, as folks kind of react to that, is there are certainly different time frames one can use, a 24-hour measure, an AM peak, a PM peak. We typically kind of use a PM peak. It's really just a measure of apples to apples that you're trying to get between uses going forward. Concerned about infrastructure in the area, certainly the applicant is going to have to construct infrastructure to serve their project, and as part of the planning process, we'll have to determine that there's adequate capacity to serve that. Again, I'll point out that the Homestead developer who was here previously, one of the things they had to do is construct a sewer force main. That's what folks see being constructed out in front of the golf course now, because there wasn't capacity, so the developer has to accommodate that. Certainly one was impact on schools. With all residential development, you typically get students. While city staff is cognizant of this, part of what it is we have independent school districts here. They make their own projections about students coming forward. Certainly, we have city staff who sits on the CAC committee for the school district that talks about where they are in terms of student population, where they are in terms of actual school population. To some degree, we get involved a little bit when they look at redistricting of the schools. But certainly we look at their bonding program and make recommendations on that going forward. And so the thing I would say, and I said before, I'd encourage folks to read the demographer report on the school district's website. They estimate different students, number of students coming from single family and multifamily. I believe the school district is in process of changing the demographer firm they use, and so I think they didn't have an update this last month's meeting, but should in the November meeting. But certainly the school district is poised for a lot of growth going forward, just as the school district is dealing with student population not being quite as high as they had projected it to be. But certainly, I think valid point, some schools are growing in attendance faster than others. Crime and safety is another one that we heard. Again, I can appreciate it. I have a little bit of a different perspective on it because, again, as I learned early in my career, when you tend to get people in an area, you tend to get crime with it. If you have an area where nobody is, it's undeveloped, you don't get a lot of stuff going on necessarily there. And that happens in our single-family detached neighborhoods and other areas as well. I will say, though, that one of the big things with this is that, you know, as we talked about as a community, we want a diversity of housing types in our community. And that includes product types that are more affordable than the over $300,000 average new median home value that you get in our community. And even as you heard Mr. Matthews say here with their product, he said they hope to get those prices down to where they were when they started as they've gone up substantially into the mid-400s. The other, I'll say this, and this is, I can certainly appreciate folks disagreeing, but when I take calls and deal with issues that the residents of our community, many of who I've known for years that I've been here, who live in multifamily housing in our community with the issues that they have concerns with and need assistance on, and same with residential, those are folks that we help in our community. So again, certainly you can get crime from different types of developments, but I've certainly gone over and met with them in their apartment complexes and multifamily projects to deal with their issues that are unrelated to anything with that. It may be a problem they've got getting to work a few miles down the way. It may be 4 blocks away trying to get to Arlen's and a sidewalk is busted up. And so again, that's just the perspective that staff has, is that we have a lot of different people that want to live in different types of housing kind of going forward. Certainly, park facilities and the proposed trail has been a concern. You've heard from folks on that. Again, I'll point out that interestingly enough, some who were on council a number of years ago when the golf course closed, one of the things we heard residents say was, we really like the ability to be able to walk through there. So the request for the trail came from what we thought folks want. And I'll say this, I appreciate being out there with folks. I've gone out to one resident's house, and while we were out there, we saw people walking on the old golf course path. Folks are using that today. And again, we see one of the highest areas of demand for recreation facilities from our citizen survey, our hike and bike trails. So that's that requirement. The city doesn't enforce deed restrictions, so it's not something that we can do. Drainage and flooding, certainly it's a problem in various parts of our community. We have our drainage regulations in the UDC that require typically detention on projects to ensure that there's not more water coming off at a faster rate than prior to development conditions. And so they'll have to accommodate that. The applicant is certainly aware of that. There were certainly some concerns about whether the project is market rate, tax credit, Section 8, owner-occupied versus renter-occupied. Those are things the city doesn't regulate. We can't regulate whether a house, single-family detached, is going to be owner-occupied or rental, and we can't regulate what happens to that house 3 or 4 or 10 or 15 or 20 years down the road when someone changes their plan with it going forward. I'll say the same thing on Section 8 vouchers. Section 8 is a voucher program. We have single-family residential neighborhoods that houses are rented that the owner chooses to take Section 8 vouchers as part of the payment for that. So it's not something we regulate, and it's not exclusive to apartment complexes necessarily going forward. But on this one, I will say that certainly I think one of the biggest things that staff has certainly heard from folks with this is that when they bought and when they built, they bought adjacent to a golf course. And that was what they assumed would be there, and I think we all sort of assumed would be there for the long term and long haul, and yet we don't have control over that. And so it is a bigger challenge to come in, as Councilman Dolly referenced, with infill development, which is what this is, than you have with greenfield development. With infill development, you've got constraints of the things that are built around it. You've got the constraints of the roads. You've got the challenges in terms of where the property is located with that. And so I can certainly appreciate the residents who've said, we want it to be a golf course. We don't want it developed. Or as a lot of folks said at the Planning and Zoning Commission, I assume will say now, if it's going to be redeveloped, have it be single-family residential. And I will say there is nothing wrong, and staff is not opposed to it being single-family residential. But just before I kind of wrap up, one of the things to keep in mind is the way the process works. The property owner or a developer with the property owner's approval comes in with a proposal for a development on a piece of property. The city does not go out and dictate and submit the applications for development on property. The property owner comes in based on what they choose to do. Now, that being said, staff evaluates that, and based on the factors that were outlined and things like that, staff makes a recommendation. Staff's recommendation tends to be based on policy directives of the city, the documents that have been approved in terms of the comp plan and the zoning ordinance and things like that, an evaluation of level of services. And again, as I said, with regard to emergency services and infrastructure, any kind of development puts more demand on those services. And at times, as we know with roads, you can have roads that, till a road is improved, become a challenge until it's built out. Eckert Road is a good example. But we look at that big picture, we look at the broad goals of the city, and that includes this broad goal of being a sustainable community, having a diversity of housing and product types. And that means that at times that broad view, that big picture view, may be in conflict with folks who are there more close to it. And that's certainly part of the way the process works. Residents certainly have their perspective, and property owners nearby to come in and say, this is how this affects us on this particular thing individually, whether we disagree with staff on some of these points or we just say, yeah, we don't think it's appropriate, we don't want multifamily, we want single-family detached there. The Planning and Zoning Commission has a role and a recommendation to make as well, and then ultimately it's up to City Council. The last thing I'll say, and kind of before I wrap up real quick, is the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended the R6 zoning. Again, per the EDC, we still can't do straight R6 zoning, but Council, if they wanted to, could say PDD with R6 zoning, not make any modifications. So there is a way to get there if that was the desire to go that route. And so again, on a 4-2 vote, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted to change the zoning to straight R6, Again, as I mentioned, the EDC's not been changed. But with that, staff is recommending, particularly with the change to the screening that's outlined here, the development standards that they've included, staff is recommending approval of the proposed rezoning request.
Thank you, Mr. James. And I see the applicant is here, so Mr. Benson, name and address, please.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Buck Benson, 745 East Mulberry. I represent the applicant, and I'm assuming I'm probably the most hated man in the room right now. That's fine. I'm not here to make enemies. I'm here to simply represent my client and give you all information and answer questions you all may have on this particular project. I've been representing developers, builders in this community and in this area for 20 years. I actually represented the developer that did the apartment complex down here on the right probably 20 years ago. I think it was the first apartment complex on Schertz Drive, and there was opposition to that case, and I think that turned out to be a very nice project. It continues to look nice. So anyway, I understand the concerns about change and just change in the market, change in neighborhoods, but we're here to try to address that and bring something unique to this area. Staff did, I think, a great job in outlining, the overall land use perspective of the project. I want to say a couple of things just to highlight the project in general. We're developing 55 lots with 4 units per lot. So each lot will be owned, could be owned by an individual, another lot could be owned by another individual. So you'll have 55 different property owners within that development. Each lot will be part of a homeowners association. So you could view it, or it's akin to a single family community with 55 lots in it, with a 55 lot HOA. So every lot will be subject to an HOA with mandatory deed restrictions. And I do want to circle back to the parking issue. Because this is gated, these will be private streets. So to the degree that we need to enforce parking or enforce on-street parking or prohibit it, we can do that through the HOA because it will be private streets, so we can account for that parking in the garage. A couple of the other things, we're going to have a total of over 7.7 acres of green space within our development and outside of our development. And that's going to go partly to one of the issues that Councilman Davis raised earlier. Because of the size of this PDD, we don't really, assuming it got approved, we really don't have the ability to come back and deviate from it. We're expected to start building in 16 months and have construction. Once we break ground and start constructing streets, we're not going to have the ability to come back and modify that. So, I mean, it's kind of a lame expression, but to the degree what you're seeing there is what you're going to get with respect to lot layout, density, streets, and all that. We're not going to be able to come back and change that just for a variety of reasons, mainly that we'll already start construction. A couple of the other things on the units themselves, 1,350 square feet in size, 3-bedroom, 2.5 baths, eat-in kitchen, 2 living rooms, laundry room, office flex space. Each unit will have its own garage. Some of the other amenities that we will have include a private dog park, jogging trail, playground, and all that will be inside the community. And again, we're going to have this trail system along the right. As Mr. James had mentioned, the trail system along the side was in an effort to address a comment that staff had raised, and that they wanted to be able to potentially connect the city park trail system long-term. And so we proposed to basically build that park or build that trail system and turn it over to the city, but on the flip side, we'd be maintaining that. I wish I had a little dinger, a little red deal, but we're going to have the requirement to maintain that entire 100-foot strip. Again, one of the concerns that had been raised at P&Z were the folks in Scenic Hills was that they with having that extra foot traffic on that trail system, there'd be more people walking, and so our proposal would be to come back and do a wrought iron along that entire property line and then do a wood privacy fence on our side, so they would continue to have a view but also have some security on their side. Again, one thing that may make us different from some of the other folks that appear before you all is we own this property now. We're not kicking tires. We own it. we're past the point of just examining and analyzing and trying to figure out what we're going to try to do. We own it now, which I think is, hopefully shows you that we're invested in what we do in this area. We looked at our different options, doing a traditional R4, just straight R4 zoning case. I think in that context, we could do 600 units, or up to 2,400 units an acre. We don't want to do that. We want to do something different that we think, that we know that fits this market. I think it's fairly evident in the presentation before me is there's a desire, there's a demand for different housing products in this area. Not just this area, in San Antonio and New Braunfels, in all the communities up and down I-35, the market is changing. People don't necessarily want to have a house. They want to be able to rent, pick up on the weekends and go and have an HOA maintain their front yard, an HOA maintain their backyard, which is what we're proposing to do here. They want to have that flexibility. We're trying to develop a project which we think satisfies the demand in the market right now. Again, you can read the newspaper. More people want to rent now. They want options in terms of what they have in terms of housing. I think trying to do an infill development of R6 at this particular area with the land costs and everything else is essentially impractical. It doesn't work. Doing R6 in a greenfield potentially, but doing it in this location is not something that I think can work on a lot of different levels. I wanted to come back to a couple of points that folks had raised earlier, and in terms of traffic and drainage and some of those bigger points. In terms of traffic, I'm not an engineer, I'm a lawyer, which is even worse, I know, but you can't, I can't tell you exactly what this is going to do, but we're going to have to do a traffic impact analysis. That's no questions about it. We're going to have to do that. If we have some off-site requirements we're going to do, we'll have to do those. But at this point, we don't know exactly what those are going to be. We are proposing to have a secondary access on Columbia, and then ultimately, when the next piece of the golf course that actually touches 35 or 1103 is developed, we're going to connect through there. These are things that would be addressed at platting, and again, with respect to drainage, our site plan right now is we have 2 on-site detention basins. We're not oblivious to the fact that we're going to have some kind of drainage. We're already showing those. To the degree we have to dig those deeper or make them larger, we will, but we're not seeking any variances as part of our PDD to traffic or drainage. We're complying with the code, and again, we've had a very thorough review with staff on our site plan in terms of lot layouts and just, walking, everything that, we've tried to address as much as we can on the front end, but some of this will be addressed at that next phase at platting. And again, if we have to build off-site sewer water improvements, we're going to do that, but we've done everything we can at this level to show staff and show this council what we're doing. And again, I don't think there's an ability for us to really deviate from it. Again, in terms of parking, we're going to have private streets so we can enforce that. These types of products, 2-unit, 4-unit, 6-plexes, 4-plexes, 2-plexes, whatever you want to call them, they do exist in other areas. And I think, seeing the presentation before me, they're proposing, I'm going to say a master developer is proposing to do some of those units right next to some other lots that they're developing for single family. So these lots, or this type of product doesn't have, I think, the negative stigma that people associate with it. You have people that want to rent a place and have a yard that's taken care of and be able to leave and not have a single family home. You have regular folks. I lived in a townhouse. I lived in an apartment. I'm sure a lot of people in this community have but the market's changed, and you need to see different options. And I guess one thing I want to kind of close with is earlier I saw the proclamation for Manufacturing Day. Congratulations on all the strides the city's made in terms of that. I guess what I would say, in that same vein is that, say for example, you do get a new manufacturer that relocates to Schertz, and they have 100 new jobs, and out of those 100 new jobs, you have 80 that are relocating from other areas. You may have 80 new people that may not want to buy a house. They may not want to rent an apartment. They want other options, and if those don't exist in the community, they may move to New Braunfels and work here, or they may move to San Antonio where they can have, utilize this option and live there. and work here. But on the weekends, they're going to be spending their time and money and tax dollars in other communities. I think I would just encourage you to look at, having these different types of housing products to account for those possibilities, because they're real. I mean, this city has grown, gangbusters in the last 20 years, and you're going to continue to have opportunities like that. And I think having different housing products, including something like this, is going to be extremely important to the city's continued success. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of comments after me that aren't as, that'll be just, but I'm here to answer questions. I mean, I'll stick around, let these folks talk, and again, we're here to work and do what we can, and try to give you all as much detail. But again, I appreciate your time, and I'll be available to answer questions, I guess, once the folks have spoken.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. All right, this item is on the agenda as an open public hearing. If there's anyone in attendance that would like to address the council in reference to this subject, the public hearing is limited to 3 minutes. If you did speak during the hearing of residents, the mic is still available for you, all right? We will not be calling out names, so if you'd like to speak, we can go ahead and start. Public hearing is open.
Hello, my name is Mary Ellen Graham. I live at 3701 Hillside in Scenic Hills. I just want to add something kind of on the heartfelt side.
Mr. Mayor, could you please remind the folks in attendance, they do need to be quiet so we can hear the person that's speaking. I'm having a hard time hearing you with all the chatter that's going on in the back.
Okay, that's probably the first time somebody hasn't been able to hear me. But I just wanted to say we moved there 17 years ago. We built our house. We have had 0 crime in our neighborhood. My husband died several years ago, a late casualty of Vietnam service, and he at least was at peace leaving me in a secure, 0 crime home. And I don't think it will remain that way. I don't have that feeling. And I concede the rest of my time, if we're able to do that, to Doug Young, who knows more about things than I do.
Richard Moss, 3434 Wimbledon Drive, Schertz, Texas. I strongly recommend that you deny PLP DD 2022009. My first major concern is I live on one side of Country Club, the other side where all this is happening. I've been out driving around. And one thing I see that's very prevalent over there are basketball hoops that are pushed into the street. And in this subdivision, I see absolutely nothing for teenagers. We might have a playground and we might have other things. There is absolutely nothing here for teenagers. And I think this is probably the biggest problem with this, is you have this contained area and there is absolutely no recreation for teenagers. And then I want to make sure that everybody heard when they said that there was 347 opposed votes and 1 for. And if you're going to oppose everybody here, I would hope that you have an extremely good reason. And we would be much better off with one person owning that whole development. The idea that you have 55 different owners. I've owned rental property myself, and the idea that you have 55 people out there that are trying to enforce deed restrictions is crazy. An apartment would be much better than this, because at least you had one person. You could go right there to the manager and say, I want you to take care of this. 55 different people, and they all point at the guy next to them. No, it wasn't my car, it wasn't my dog, it wasn't. That's ludicrous. Anybody that's managed property. And then I really do have an issue with the way staff does statistics, because this property is not your standard multifamily. I've lived in apartments. My kids just went to apartments. If you go to an apartment complex, they're either a studio, 1 bedroom, or 2 bedroom. To equate that with a 3-bedroom house is ludicrous. You're going to have at least twice as many occupants. That's why on my sheet, I give you the federal guidelines for assumed occupancy. The assumed occupancy for these units is 4.5, not like he's talking about when he gives you these statistics that it's less than single family. It's more than single family, because if you're in a rental property, the odds are you're going to have kids. Now, all the people here, I would almost guarantee you that most people here don't have kids. Our kids are gone, but we still have the same 3-bedroom house that we've always had. But now, if you're going to rent, why would you rent a 3-bedroom house for yourself? Again, this whole thing makes no sense. And then how I really wanted to start this was talking about plain language initiative. And I really think that that's really missing here. As I said, I spent 4 hours going back and forth with the city staff over the word should. And it's used 40 times in the UDC. And nobody could give me the definition of should. They said recommendation, but they wouldn't give you a definition. There's all this stuff that's connected with it on the definitions, all the rest of this, but if it's there, you should use a definition. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Debbie Martinez. I live at 3788 Pebble Beach. I've lived on Pebble Beach for 17 years. And when the golf course closed, we were all devastated. Most of us here moved to that area because of the golf course, because of the amenities. And we stayed there even after the golf course closed. And we came before you with our concerns back then, and now we're coming to you with our concerns now. It sounds like what the attorney said is that this property's already been sold, and what we're saying tonight is kind of a moot point. But I really implore upon you to think twice about rezoning this as a multifamily subdivision. And we want you just to listen to our concerns. I know that Richard Leon, who was one of the very first speakers here, the one that talked about the FBI, I'm sure you guys can remember him, he knows of 2 groups that are willing to develop the golf course again. That would be a great revenue generator for the city. A city golf course or even a private golf course. That would be much better than these houses that would be eventually, once after that, the initial ownership of private housing goes down, then they're going to turn into Section 8 housing. Mr. James talked about how the traffic from these will probably be less than the standard single-family homes. That tells me that these people are not going to be employed and not going to work. So I'm just a little confused. If the traffic is going to be lower from these areas, is it going to be eventually Section 8 housing? And that's all I have. I defer the rest of my time to this gentleman here.
Good evening. My name is Othan Warner. My address is 3717 Hunters Glen. I, unlike all the ones that live on the golf course and probably moved to Scenic Hills for the golf course, did not move there for the golf course. I could have cared less. I like the house and I like the community. However, I paid a premium for the golf course. That being said, we want the property developed. We know the developer has a right to develop that property. What the developer does not have a right to is to develop something that diminishes our property values and changes our entire community way of living, which all the density, the traffic, the water runoff, all the issues, because it'll be built, they'll be gone, and we'll have the problems. And then we're coming to you with the problems. So I'd like in the room anyone who believes their property values will be negatively affected to raise your hands. Anyone that believes that traffic will be horrific, raise your hands. If you believe that it creates a potential for flooding and water runoff issues, raise your hands. Mr. James pointed out that the golf cart trail is being used for walking, and that is correct. But those are citizens and residents that live there. It's not open to anybody and everybody that wants to come through there. And Buck, I don't remember his last name, the attorney, he keeps going, it's going to be a mandatory HOA, a mandatory HOA. Well, that doesn't mean jack. other than they can place a lien against it if they don't comply. They can't make them, particularly if the owners are out of country, out of state. How are they going to make them do what they're supposed to do? Our communities would welcome the opportunity to sit down with the developer and discuss the type of buildings we would like to see that would be jointly beneficial to the developer, beneficial to our community. I've already talked to friends, if there was another over 55 community there, or garden homes, 3 of them already said they would buy. So I'm already pre-selling for the developer. Thank you. And deny it.
Good evening. My name is Heather Jackson. I live at 3410 Wimbledon Drive in Schertz, Texas. Thank you for listening to us tonight. I know it's been a long evening for all of us. My husband and I moved to the Schertz-Cibolo area a little over 12 years ago. My husband is an administrator in the school district, and I'm a stay-at-home parent to our 3 amazing boys. Our oldest is a junior at Still High School. He's sitting at the very top of his class, a drum major for the marching band, an amazing oboist that plays principal oboe for the youth orchestras of San Antonio, and he's just an all-around kind and amazing kid. Our middle son's an 8th grader at Dobie Junior High. He's an all-A honors student, a member of the National Junior Honor Society, a percussionist in the top band, and he has a fantastic sense of humor. Our youngest is a 5th grader at Schlatter Intermediate. He is just now starting to figure out where his interests lie. But what I can tell you about him is that he has a bigger heart than all of us combined in this room. That boy has more empathy than most adults. I tell you a little bit about our family with the hopes that you see us as real people tonight. We are contributing members to society as citizens of this community, a community that we love dearly. Like most people in this room, I'm here to ask you tonight to please deny the application for the rezoning of the land in the middle of our North Cliff neighborhood. Please do the right thing. Don't allow apartments or fourplexes or whatever we want to call them to be plopped right in the middle of our houses. Help us preserve the integrity of the neighborhood we love. Help us protect our biggest investments, our homes. Keep our neighborhood safe for our families. We know the golf course we love will never be again. We know that land, unfortunately, can't even remain green space. But please work with us on finding a use for the land that not only benefits the city, but also the citizens that it directly affects. As a voting citizen, I am asking you to please deny this application. Thank you.
My name is Suzanne Knight, and my husband and I live at 3741 Hunters Glen in Scenic Hills. Our home backs up to the utility easement next to the old golf course property being considered for rezoning. We are both taxpayers and registered voters. I'm asking the council to deny the developer's plan as currently presented, for all the reasons that were expressed in the Zoning Commission's hearing, of which I understand you all have either read about or watched the video. I ask that the City of Schertz consider the best interests of the current residents of our neighborhoods in this zoning change and all future zoning decisions for our area. And I ask all of you right now, would you want that property in your backyard? Would you? And it's 5 feet from my back door. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Phil Jackson. I am at 3410 Wimbledon Drive. When we first moved in, we moved to Schertz almost 13 years ago. Because of the family environment, the responsible use of the city, it was a smart city to move to. That was the main reason we came. And moving in, I'm an educator. I've been in the district that entire time serving our people. And about 3 years ago, we chose to finally settle down and find our forever home, a home that we could retire in. And so we chose, Wimbledon Drive. We found a perfect house for us, had the space, had the feeling, the environment. And you can imagine how we felt when 2 months after that purchase, the golf course suddenly closed. Very disappointing. I was going to speak to a few other things, but I actually, in listening to some of the presentations, I wanted to point a few things out to you all. The vehicle issue, I believe it was single family was 0.99, multifamily was the 0.56. The advantage of statistics is they can be manipulated in any which way you want them to look. The statistic on this, that is for one of those units, but there are 4 units on that lot. So really that lot is representing 2.24 in vehicles, where a single family home is 0.99. So we're talking a little more than double for the lot. So that was a little bit misrepresented so that you can kind of see the true impact. It's not really the 0.56. In addition, there were 338, whatever the number was, votes that were sent in opposed, 101 of those being from that 200-foot area. So the percentage that was presented to you was 35%. However, in the same presentation, it was said that 115 mail-outs were sent to those homes around. 101 of that 115 is in fact 88% of the surrounding homes voted no. So it's not the 35% that was presented, it's actually 88 of that 115 that was sent out. So again, a misrepresentation of the data. In addition, these buildings are going to be sold for $700,000 according to the developer in the previous meeting. Sounds great, but our property values will decrease because there's 4 units in that building, so each unit is $175,000. That's half of the value of our homes in all the surrounding area. So it will drop those values because each individual unit is $175,000. That's way less than our surrounding homes. To drop these homes in the middle of a neighborhood, to me, feels irresponsible. To the developer, they said it's impractical to go to an R6. Now, I agree, there is a place for these kinds of units in Schertz. We need this kind of housing, but this is not the place. It's impractical as an R6 because they're worried about money. They're trying to make money. That's the bottom line. They don't care about the people, it's the money. So it's impractical for them because they can't put as many houses down and make the money that they want to make. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David Tripp, 4004 Oak Court, Schertz. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak to you. And I want to say, when I look at this map up here, or this layout, it reminds me an awful lot of row houses in Washington, D.C. Just packed right in. And that, I live probably 50 foot outside of the 200-foot zone, and I would not find that attractive to me and my family. So I encourage you to vote no on this proposal. Let the developer come back with some plans that will fit into our community. Appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mary Salvatierra. I live at 3422 Wimbledon Drive. I ask that you deny the application as applied for on Country Club and I-35. I am a business owner also on I-35 with a recent apartment complex. I say recent, but it's about 5 years now. My business in the evening is no longer safe. This is a beautiful complex. It is gated. It is a beautiful complex. My business at night isn't safe. Look at these people. We are all retired. At nighttime, we need to be safe. I don't care how nice these places are. I don't know why it happens. Can you keep us safe? And I don't think you can with this. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Towery. I live with my wife at 3825 Green Ridge in Scenic Hills. We are both registered voters. I call on the City Council to deny the developer's rezoning request submitted for the development of the 25-acre parcel on the former North Cliff Golf Course. Along with the overwhelming majority of my fellow registered voters throughout the North Cliff, Fairways, and Scenic Hills communities, We are not opposed to an appropriate development of the property in question. The former Northcliffe Golf Course has sat idle for far too long, and the land should be responsibly, I repeat, responsibly developed in order to fit in with the surrounding communities. I and the area residents you've heard tonight would welcome a development plan for the property concerned that is both congruent with and complementary to the surrounding neighborhoods. This same observation was made by a member of the City Zoning Commission at their recent session where this very issue was discussed and voted on. The developer's proposed plan of constructing a multifamily 220-unit rental property development has its place within our city. Other citizens, residents of Schertz have voiced that. It has its place in our city, but that place is not shoehorned inside the surrounding well-established communities of single-family dwellings. I conclude by again calling on the City Council to deny the proposed rezoning request for the 25 acres of the former Northcliffe Golf Course as presented by the developer. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sam Atkins. I live at 3505 Wimbledon Drive. I just want to start by saying that I am going to ask you to deny this zoning request change. That does not mean that I am opposed to multifamily housing in the city of Schertz. In fact, I support multifamily housing. My wife and I own a small business that services Schertz. More families means more business. That's great, and that's great for everybody. That's great for the developer. However, that being said, like my neighbors have said before me, this is not the spot. To go back to what Mr. James presented to the previous agenda item, as far as Homestead is concerned, that area was designed to have multifamily housing eventually put in place. When our area was developed back in the 70s and 80s, that was not the case. Country Club Boulevard, if any of you have recently driven down there, there's been 2 water main breaks in the last couple months, both of which have not had the asphalt repaired surrounding that area. Columbia, if you go down that way, is lined constantly on either side, rightfully so, with vehicles to those residents that are there. So you're essentially adding 220 units and having those people travel down a single-lane residential street. I know it's all been said before. I'm not the first one to say it. I'm sure I won't be the last. But I just want you to please understand that we are not saying that we cannot develop this area, but let's do it responsibly, and let's not try to serve the gentleman that took a calculated risk by purchasing this land, not knowing if they would be able to develop it the way that they want. Let's protect the people that have invested in this community and are invested in this city. Thanks.
Bill Nakayama, 3526 Charleston Lane. I'm a registered voter, and I just want to keep this simple. I'm against this development.
My name is Karen Nakayama, and I too live at 3226 Charleston Lane. Our house is on the corner of Charleston Lane and Country Club Boulevard, which certain times of the day looks like Texas Motor Speedway. When I attended the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting last month, and the topic of the parking came up, the gentlemen were asked, where are the extra cars going to park? Where are they going to park when you have a party, a graduation party, a birthday party, a family gathering? We were told, oh, on Country Club Boulevard. That's what we were told. There's not room on Country Club Boulevard. People before me have talked about emergency vehicles. Back in the day, fire trucks were smaller and personal vehicles were smaller. I would beg you to think about somebody parking their big oversized SUV or van on that street and trying to get a school bus down that road or trying to get a fire truck down that road. It'll be very, very difficult. The second thing that was talked about in that P&Z meeting was there was going to be an off-site management company. If you are off-site, you don't know what's going on there, and that can lead to all kinds of problems. I urge you to deny the request to rezone this for the purpose that has been presented to us tonight. I'm not against development. I'm not against development on that land, but I am against this development. You will be voting on this. I don't know when you're going to vote on it, tonight, next meeting, but soon, and I will be voting in November.
Hi, my name is Don Dindy. I'm at 3149 Cameron River. My property is not in Scenic Hills, and it does not border this proposed thing, but I do border the golf course. And I can tell you that Country Club is busy. 1103 is tremendously busy because I have to try to get home or out to work, home from work. It's very busy. And the road that goes, the roads and streets that go behind the golf club course there are also very, very busy. They're already stressed. I don't think that the infrastructure that's in place will support all of this, and the roads, the drainage, I'm not sure about the school from what the gentleman over here, Mr. James, said, but I wouldn't think that adding a bunch more children would have a great impact on the area. I'm sorry, lost my gears there. What I would say is I would plead with you to vote no on this plan as proposed. Please do not support this. This is not good in any fashion for the folks who are in Scenic Hills. They are senior members of our community. I don't think that's going to help them in any fashion. I'm sure it will help the gentleman and the folks he represents who bought the property. Sounds great for them. It does not sound good for the people who already are the voting members of this community and tax-paying members of this community. Just plopping this property down in the middle. I heard a lot of stuff from Mr. James. It just doesn't, when you say, I'm going to put in stuff that's more affordable in here, that sounded like we're going to put cheap housing in the middle of your community. Well, there goes my property values. He also discussed putting in the sewer line. Now this up here does not directly affect me, but that does. It's already become an eyesore behind where I live now with big piles of dirt and trees mowed down and a bunch of construction equipment out there. So again, I would ask you, please vote against this. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ray Martin. I live at 5701 Whistling Straits in the fairways of Scenic Hills. I've been following this from the get-go, and I have more concerns than I can get out in 3 minutes, but I'm going to hit the major ones. I'm a realtor by trade. The community that they're wanting to put in here, I think they're great. I can take you and show you rentals and numerous ones. Seguin, New Braunfels, they're nice. They're not dropped in the middle of residential areas. They're like a standalone subdivision. And I fully support them at that. But I want y'all to really stop and think. They're talking about how upscale this is going to be. Stop and think about it. 1,350 square feet for a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath home with a study. Folks, I can promise you some of y'all in this room have got walk-in closets that are going to be bigger than their bedrooms are going to be. And this is upscale? That's not upscale. That's downscale from where they're putting them. I understand this man has a job to do, and he's trying to get it done. But bottom line, they get this built, but it's not like they're developing it to still own it and make money off rental. They get it done, get it sold, they got their money, they're out of here. Y'all can deal with it now. The other big thing with me, I've only seen 2 people in favor of this. What scares the hell out of me is one of them is city staff. Number 2, I understand this man being for it, but for city staff to get up there like they're trying to peddle it to you, that worries me. One other thing, and I can tell you this from experience, I used to be on P&Z, not for the city of Schertz, but another small city. I was also mayor of that city for 6 years. So yes, I understand how P&Z and how y'all's job pans out. But P&Z to come back with a recommendation to not approve it, and y'all are gonna go against that, they need to all resign. Because y'all put them in that position to handle that job, and then you're not gonna take their information with it. I'm sorry, I mean, I know I'm running out of time, and I may not make much sense, but I think you need to listen to the people here, to what they have to say and what they want. And this is not good for the city, it's not good for our area. The only people this is good for is the developers. Thank you.
Before you get started, sir, we are not here to bash our staff. Our staff is here to do the work that's assigned to them. It is inappropriate to comment on basically his status or whatever he recommended at that time. So please refrain from attacking any of our staff.
I was just merely pointing out an observation, sir.
Please, sir, go ahead.
Yes, Charles Burks, 3737 Pebble Beach, where my wife and I live. This Mary Whitfield Burks, one of your park namesakes. And we only been in Schertz here for the last 7 years, and I'm only here because Mary wanted to come back home to Schertz. So I got her back here. And now my golf course closed, and I'm concerned basically about traffic coming out of North Cliff area. Now, I don't work anymore and haven't worked for 22 years, but in the morning when I get out and try to get out to go play golf, I find it very hard just to get back to 1103 with the current traffic. Now, you add on 200 more cars coming out of there, and I miss my tea time. Thank you.
My name is Gary Ensminger. My wife and I, Joanne, live at 3753 Hunters Glen in Scenic Hills. First of all, I'd like to apologize to you all for some of the rough talk you've been subjected to tonight. I would respectfully request that the City Council deny the proposal for rezoning of the golf course property as submitted by the developer. And I would like to defer my rest of my time, as well as my wife's, who has signed up but is not going to talk, to Mr. Greg Siebold. Thank you.
I'm Richard Perry, 3913 Pecan Court, Schertz. I'm one of the old guys that they want to build a rest home for me out there in the middle of the fairway. Anyway, just a little history. I've spent 20 years in the military, and believe me, back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, we lived in apartments. We lived in a lot of bad apartments, some good apartments. But no matter how you look at it, apartments are not good. Particularly in an area where it's zoned for houses, single-family houses, to stick an apartment building out there in the middle of those. I used to look out on the 10th green there, and beautiful. But now I'm going to be looking out at a two-story ugly-ass apartment. And if you want to see how they look, go down here to Randolph Boulevard and drive about 3 miles down on the left. There's a whole slew of these 4-people apartments that they're going to build. And they are one ugly damn place. And there's about this much room between each building. There's about 15 feet in the back. That's your yard, period, 15 square feet. It's just not an ideal thing that we would want to have in our neighborhood. And I strongly recommend that you take the planning and zoning people's word on this. They voted them out. We vote them out. Thank you.
Carol Davis, 3337 Wimbledon Drive. I have several questions that I would like you to consider and ask the developer. Okay. Mr. Davis, you spoke earlier and asked an earlier developer about surprises in a PDD. Is this not a surprise to all of the owners in this area? We're not against this development, we're simply against its location. If this had been brought to us and it was on the access road of 35 in the old golf course area, you wouldn't see the opposition. Simply moved to the front of the neighborhood with easier access instead of right in the middle of our neighborhood. 220 units, 3 cars per unit, that's 660 cars on neighborhood streets. I am a teacher. I watch cars already blow through school bus, federal law stop signs on a daily basis in that neighborhood. Those are our children. And you're going to drop 660 cars in a neighborhood that, due to staffing, we don't have enough police coverage. Another question, has absent owners, is that not what got us to where we are with this land in the first place? The golf course was owned by an absent owner. He let it fall apart. And now we're going to sell 55 units to absent owners? They have no stake in that. All of us that are here, we are here because we have a stake in this community. An absent HOA, look very closely. There's not even a management building in this property. They don't care. They don't live here. Again, we're not against this. We're simply against its location. I agree, we need multiple family housing. We need lots of different types of housing. I service those students on my campus every day. But location matters. Please deny this as proposed and then come to us as citizens. We do have ideas. We want to be a part. Thank you.
I'm Marquita Wright. I live at 3613 Elm Court. I thank you all for listening to us tonight. I would just like to ask that you deny this proposal as it's presented. Thank you for listening to us, and I give the rest of my time to Greg Siebold.
Hello. My name is Linda Ward, and I'm a registered voter who lives in Scenic Hills at 3801 Green Ridge. I'm a widow, and one of the selling points I have to my son is how safe I am in Scenic Hills. I'm not feeling that way anymore, and I love that this never had seen that you were going to put up a fence until tonight, but it is on our side. The other thing that's concerned me about the property development is no pool. We have a pool, and I can't fathom that the teenagers that are going to live in this community aren't going to be invading our property, trespassing and vandalizing, plus using the pool, which we would be responsible for any problems they might incur. Anyway, if I have any other much time, to Doug Young, please. Thank you.
I'm not Doug Young, but I am Wes Wright, and I live here in 3613 Elm Court. And I haven't been here a long time, And I live right at the edge of the golf course, right on the edge of it. And so there's all kinds of differences that's happening there for us, and I don't know exactly how it's going to happen. But I do feel that I ask that this proposal be denied as presented. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeanette Kralik. I reside at 3309 Sherwin Drive. I'm going to make it short and sweet. I'm just asking you, our city council, to please deny this application as it's written. Thank you all very much.
Hi, I'm Patricia Lowry, 3405 Wimbledon Drive. I appreciate the long evening you guys are putting in and the decision that you have to make. And I think all the points have been made. I do want to say one thing, though. In all the presentations that I've heard at this meeting and a couple of others I've gone to, from city staff, from the developer, I haven't heard of one benefit mentioned for the people who already live in the neighborhood, who have invested, who have their sense of community and pay taxes and vote for you guys. I haven't heard, has anybody heard one benefit mentioned for us? No. I ask you to vote to deny.
Hi. Thank you all for working hard on this. And I know you worked hard. This is a rather challenging thing. But I'd like to ask the council to deny the application. I've lived here 20 years and 2 months. And we've never seen what we're seeing right now. I'm a full-time realtor, and I have never seen a fourplex designed to be close inside the neighborhood the way it is right now. I have a respect for a lot of builders, some of whom have done some amazing things. San Antonio has a culture with the builders, and these local builders all know the trades, they know the plumbers, the electricians, they know how to work. And I am suspect of a builder that comes from out of country. But when Pulte Homes made a mistake, sometime around 2005, 2006, 2007, we started building the homes up in the hill in Columbia Drive where I live. And by the way, I didn't mention my address, 3329 Columbia Drive, Cibolo, Texas, or Schertz, actually, sorry. They made a mistake, but they came back 5 years later, and they fixed that mistake. You know why? Because the public raised their voice in the newspapers. They were local, and they came back under the pressure of a larger company. I trust Pulte Homes, but I can't say the same for everybody. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dusty Vega. My wife and I live at 5720 Pingway. We just want to ask y'all to deny this proposal. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barbara Mansfield Gonzalez, and my family has had our home in Deer Haven for 53 years. But about 30 years ago, my dad and my mom, because there was going to be a foreign investor for the golf club, bought 9/15 of it and ran it for as long as they could. So I feel like I have standing to ask you to deny these PDD request. One of the things I wanted to tell you is that when people bought these homes, they were custom-built homes. If you look at the ones on the North Cliff side, they're all different. They're all deed restricted to people who are 55 and older. I spent many Christmases and many Thanksgivings at Ruth Williamson's home, and I've been to the golf course to eat for dinners with my family. I think these people are very patient. I think you all are very patient. It's not in keeping with what they expected. I know there's no contractual obligation that you have to keep up, but you have an expectation of these people. People that bought those homes before 1992 expected to have a decent place that's safe to live. Now, there's a 78-acre tract over by 1518 and Highway 10. There's another area that's being developed over there. This man, or whoever he is, he can buy that. He can space his 55 apartments, lots, fourplexes out and have a decent, he'll have enough money from what he's going to earn from this. He can go ahead and do that. He's not going to lose anything, but the people around who have been there for years are going to lose something. There's going to be traffic at all hours of the night through the neighborhoods, not through Scenic Hills because they're gated, but the rest of North Cliff. You're going to have mold. This particular villages at Bluebonnet Ridge must be a franchise or something, because I found on the internet a family who lives at one of their areas who has mold. They can't get rid of the mold. That's because they use substandard materials. I drove through Live Oak the other day. I saw particle board. It was the front of a house. If particle board gets wet, it swells. It swells, you can't get the mold out. So you need to investigate what these people's records are. Homeowners associations of 55 people, 55 different owners, absentee owners, isn't going to work. I have 21 years experience fixing up houses and renting the houses, and if you're not there, you don't know. You have to go there, you have to be there, and you have to be responsive to your tenants. So I wanted to let you know that each house is going, each of these places is going to be as wide as our batting cages. Each batting cage is 16 feet wide. This is going to be 16 feet 9 inches wide. It's going to be 42 feet long, and that's not even as long as the little kids, number 1 and number 2 for batting.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez.
Hi, good evening. Lori Lemfier, 3731 Columbia Drive. I've lived in this neighborhood for a year. I just moved here. When I came in, I drove the neighborhood. I stopped and met people outside their houses and talked to them. I actually knocked on my would-be neighbor's door and talked to them about the neighborhood. And the big thing I've always heard about this neighborhood is community. Everything has been about community. People will help you. I knew the golf course wasn't coming back, so that wasn't even an issue. But what do you think is going to be built there? You would assume it's going to be townhouses, family homes, something. They're not going to leave it empty. I never anticipated to have apartment buildings in the neighborhood and having people who were not committed to the values of the neighborhood and the commitment of the actual people who are committed to the subdivisions and the HOAs. These people have no investment. They have not bought the house, they have rented the house. There should be single-family establishments like the gentleman wants to build, but they're going to just pick and choose and drop them in the middle of a neighborhood. Established homes with values. We bought our homes knowing, hey, this is what our value is, and we're hoping it goes up. They bought land not knowing what was going to happen, and they've left that up to you. So I am asking you to say no to this development as they want it right now, and to protect people's investment, especially in today's economic times. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Robin Streff. I live at 3624 Chestnut Court in Scenic Hills. You've heard all the arguments and the cons to this development, and I'm also going to reinforce those. One of the factors of this development as it's planned is that it's going to have a number of renters. And people who are looking for homes don't want to buy in a community that has a large number of renters. People want to know their neighbors. Other reasons they buy in the community is with the quality of schools and the amenities. I'm not against progress, and I don't think any of us are. We know the golf course is not coming back. The developer has also said that there would be some standard of living because there'd be an HOA, but we all know that after a couple years when the development is turned over to the owners, that the HOA can be dissolved. And that's a great concern, because there will be no standard of living there. I ask for you to consider this PDD as if you lived in the Northcliff area. I'm not against this PDD to be somewhere else. There are various areas in Schertz that would be more appropriate, which would be able to support the high density of this community. Amenities such as shopping, entertainment, or restaurants nearby would be more appropriate. So I'm asking the council and the mayor to deny the proposed zoning change to the 25 acres of the old Northcliff Golf Course as presented by the developer. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Christy Dendy. I live at 3149 Cameron River in Fairway Ridge. And I am a voting member of this community, and I would like for you to vote against this proposed 22S35 for the reason that I don't think it belongs there. I really don't. And I have a concern with the stormwater runoff. Our home is at the bottom of two ridges, and the water table is just not right for that. And they're already putting in sewers over there and jacking out parts of the Fairway Ridge or the North Point or Northcliff Golf Course jogging trail, and it's hard to see that go. And we're seeing big piles of dirt right in our backyard, basically, like 10 feet from our backyard, and that's not what we came to Schertz for. We lived in other communities. My husband's military. We lived in Converse. We lived in Selma, but we bought here. We want you to consider this is not right for this area. It's just not. And with regard to the traffic concerns, I noticed that both of these developers are from Austin. Let's not bring Austin's traffic concerns here to Schertz. It's not right. Thank you for your time. Please deny this.
Hello, everyone. Robert Marks, 12233 Forbach Drive. I just want to say I've never seen so much passion from a community. I love Schertz. I love how these folks are doing this. I come from the ghetto in Houston, and our nickname is Guns Point. It's really Greens Point, but it's called Guns Point, self-explanatory. But this is why I love Schertz, because of the passion. the beauty of it, the way people take care of their stuff. I will say just one thing to y'all. During my campaigning, I've met with these residents a few times, and all through Schertz, I keep hearing something that's came up one too many times. They don't feel like their voice ever gets heard. And that's something I hope y'all take in consideration tonight. Thank you.
Hi, James Beckman, 3632 Chestnut Court, Schertz, 78108. Applause to the developer and their draftsmen in getting as much squeak out of this land as they can. There's, that's the developer's mission. As a wannabe developer, I'd want to do the same thing. How much square foot of concrete can I put in there to sell? How many square foot of residence can I put on there? Maximize profit. That's the developer's job. It's just the wrong thing for the neighborhood. Single-family houses, freestanding houses, something like that, something more conducive to what's in the area already would be great. HOA, well, Robin already addressed that. That's likely to disappear, and really it's only as good as the words on it and its enforcement. A big concern I have is the south property line and where it is and where our neighbors, 25 houses, I think it's 25 houses along that property line, will lose their backyards. Tonight, the representative of the developer said, yeah, we own all that land and we're going to put a fence there. Well, I'm going to use a word that I know what it means in English. I don't know what it means anywhere else, but precedence. Our neighborhood was built along with that golf course, and whether it was a good old boy thing or a who knows. Our backyards, not mine personally, so I can't speak to that, but 25 of my neighbors' backyards extend out into that property from their back porch. Step off the back porch, and a lot of them you're stepping off across that little red line there. Our neighborhood has irrigation systems in every one of those backyards that extend about 20 feet out into that property. We've sodded it with St. Augustine. It's been there for decades. We mow it. It gets irrigated twice a week. There are gardens in it and trees and shrubs. And so if precedence has any meaning or significance or whatever, somehow or another, whatever we do with that development up there, we need to maintain our neighbors' backyards. As simple as a concern as that might be, it is a concern of mine. Thank you.
I'm Wynette Dolan at 3401 Columbia in Schertz, and I've lived there for 30 years. And I'm asking each and every one of you to please, please deny this zone change. Thank you.
I'm Brenda Griffin. I live at 3800 Pheasant in Scenic Hills. I've lived there for 12 years. And I'd like to answer a question that Othan brought up. What is this going to do to our property values? I'm a Texas real estate agent. 100% of my work has been done in Scenic Hills. That's the only place that I work. I love my neighborhood. I love selling my neighborhood. When I take buyers around, they love our amenities. They love our guard. They love how nice our neighborhood is kept up. The one thing that they tell me after we get through is, we're going to wait and see what happens to that golf course property. Time after time, I hear that. They've gotten wind of what y'all are talking about doing, and they're thinking about that they don't even want to be there anymore. Either that or they're going to offer ridiculous prices. Either way, it hurts us. Please deny the application as it's been turned in by the developer.
Hello, my name is Robert Radcliffe, 3724 Hunters Glen, Schertz, Texas. I'm a voter. My wife is a voter. We're both against this development. I think it will hurt our property taxes because it's a lesser community than we currently have, than we've worked so hard to build. And we're going to lose a lot of our quiet. One thing we have, if you went there now, you could walk down the street
And if you wanted to talk to somebody a block up the street, you wouldn't have to raise your voice because there's nobody making noise. And that's something that's important to all of us. Thank you. And vote against it.
My name's Ann Ochoa, and I live on 5701 Fairways Drive. I believe you're all educated and smart people that believe in your community, as do I. That's why we all purchased in that community. I would hope you have the best interests for us and the many people that have spoken this evening. I hope you oppose this for our benefit and for our community's benefit. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carmen Rodriguez, and I'd like to thank you all for staying out here so late with us. And I'd like to tell you all a little bit about our family. We moved here 24 years ago. My husband, Javier Rodriguez, and my family have really loved living here in Schertz. I remember when we first moved in, we felt like nomads. We felt like we didn't belong anywhere. My family would ask, well, where did you move to? And I would just say, well, the outskirts of Schertz. And then we were annexed by you all, the city of Schertz, and we were so proud to live in our community. And I'm gonna say this real honorable statement, if I can. Please leave no man behind. This is how I feel. I feel like we need your support right now more than ever to end this terrible situation that everybody is facing along with us. So please say no to this. I thank you all so much.
Ma'am, what was your address? What was your address?
5621 Fairways Drive.
Thank you.
In North Cliff. Thank you.
Jan Baldwin at 3401 Columbia. I just listened to the man that spoke before this proposal and about Homestead, and they just added somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 cars. Now, our assistant manager said that in the previous meeting that a lot of people come down Columbia Road and go out through North Cliff to go south. But what he didn't speak to was the amount of traffic that comes down through Columbia from Fairhaven and goes out to Steele High School and to Dobie and to the elementary school out there. And now, the other day, I missed my turn, so I had to go down through Homestead. I went up through Homestead, came down through Columbia, back to my house on Columbia. So how many of these new people up in Homestead are coming through Columbia? So, you know, there's a lot more traffic than just adding to these units here. We just approved an interlocking agreement for EMS services with Guadalupe Valley. Why? Because we're overextended. We have to cover them, they cover us. Isn't that saying that we don't have enough people? We don't have enough EMS and now we're adding more. There's plenty of homes and apartments already. I work with the poor. I'm a St. Vincent de Paul person. We work with the poor. I'm seeing people come in asking for rental assistance day in and day out. I agree that we need lower income or we need this type of housing, but not right in the middle of another housing area. And I don't think that someone would appreciate, like this attorney that lives on Mulberry Road in Almus Park, would agree to dropping multi-houses like this in the middle of Almus Park. I guarantee you that would not happen. Thank you.
Everybody said everything, so I'm going to be real brief. I'm Bill Edmonds, 4909 Crestwood Drive. I am the president of the North Cliff HOA. The big thing that keeps coming up over and over is it doesn't fit in there. People on your own zoning commission said that. That is not the type of development to put in between two housing areas that are all single-family homes. One of your own people on the zoning commission brought that out. Very good thing to bring out. It just doesn't belong there. People keep talking about traffic. Jan just brought it up, which was great. Now, you guys just approved more housing in the Homestead area. Homestead comes through Fairways and then through Northcliffe to get out to 1103. So you've already just added more traffic, and now you want to add another 220 if there's only one car per house. Now, Mr. James, and I'm not going to disparage him, I don't want to do that, but when he was standing up here and they started talking about traffic at the zoning meeting, he said, well, we don't think that's a problem, or I don't think that's a problem. Saying I don't think that's a problem is the same thing as saying I don't know. Why doesn't he know? Because now they stand up here and tell you, the developers say, we don't know how bad the traffic's going to be. We're going to have to do a traffic survey. But he wants you to approve this before he even knows. He has no idea, but he wants you people to sit up here today and approve his project for something he doesn't even know, and there has been no traffic survey done. So nobody knows how it's going to be impacted. Another thing, there's been no ecological survey. That was a golf course all the way back to 1973. What chemicals were used in 1973 that are outlawed today that might still be in that ground? And I don't mean just scraping the top 3 or 4 inches off the ground and saying, there's nothing here in that 3 or 4 inches. I'm talking about deep down, because when they start building, they're going to be digging deep. And they could be digging up stuff that is outlawed now. So there's a lot of things to think about other than just what we've brought up. You people have a lot of things to think about. And I hope you make the right choice. I've talked to a lot of people in my area, Northcliffe area. I have yet to find one in the Northcliffe HOA that approves of this. I do not approve either. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to us. My name is Dana Giggy, and I live at 3825 Overlook Drive in Scenic Hills. And I just have a couple of things on this handout that says here that the developer is required to construct an 8-foot masonry wall with a 20-foot landscape buffer per the UDC. But per the proposed PDD design, the applicant is proposing an 8-foot fence and the 20-foot landscape buffer, which I would think would be between the existing neighborhood and this neighborhood. That's going to be the backyards of these townhomes. So the buffer is not between the existing homes and this property, it's the backyard of these homes. The other thing is, it says in here that you shouldn't approve anything that is going to impact the traffic in a neighborhood, and nothing is going to impact more than this. As people have said before, the only way to get, or one of 2 ways to get to 1103 from our area is either go to Schwab Road and turn around, which people are not going to do, or you go through Northcliffe, which is a residential area, lots of turns to get to 1103. This is going to mean that anybody working in San Antonio or any place between Schertz and San Antonio is going to be driving through that neighborhood in the morning when the buses are going through picking up the kids, when other people are trying to get to work that live in the neighborhood. So I ask that you deny this proposal of the developer, and thank you.
Hi, I'm Donald Snyder. I live at 3501 Wimbledon Drive in Northcliffe. I waited to the end because I thought sure somebody was going to bring up what I'm going to talk about, but nobody did. I'm just thinking about if you've ever driven down Country Club Boulevard lately, and you see the way that the city so far has handled the maintenance of the road. They've chosen to put a big sign that says bump, and that's been there for several months. The bump is so big that I've seen people scrape their cars on the bottom of it. Can you imagine, I won't ask the question, I can't imagine what construction traffic would look like and what that would do to Country Club Boulevard as they were bringing all the equipment and supplies and machinery that they would need to build this kind of a complex on a road that's already straining. It drives like a roller coaster sometimes. So I would just ask that you consider what you're creating for yourself if you would approve this and have to rebuild Country Club Boulevard, or at least require the developers to rebuild the road after the construction traffic. Thank you.
Good evening, Jennifer Fournier, 5013 Castle Hill Drive. I am not going to say everything that I was going to say because I think everyone else has said almost everything. I do want to second a couple of things, though. The first is I'm not where I am on Castle Hill Drive doesn't back up to the development that is being planned right now, but I want to attest to the traffic. I'm near the other entrance to North Cliff, not the one that's near the development, and the traffic has increased insanely. Everyone from all of the surrounding developments that have come in over the last 19 years since I've lived there cuts through there to where it's dangerous for school children to cross the street in the morning and catch their bus. So adding an additional, several hundred cars passing through there every day without a traffic study does seem like it may be irresponsible. Additionally, I think that this is a very unique proposal because unlike Homestead that's being planned all, at once, this is a golf course that everyone thought was always going to be a golf course. I think that the decision to approve this would be an oddly and irresponsibly placed development, in the middle. It would be a very dense development in the middle of dissimilarly designed and zoned homes with likely absentee ownership and overcrowding in the middle of an existing single-family development, and that's what makes it odd. I am additionally, I understand that the city can't regulate everything, as was stated earlier, and that financially everyone takes a risk. The developer took a risk in purchasing this property, and we all take risks when we purchase our homes as well. But we do expect to be equally represented. And I believe that financially, a yes vote for this proposal as it stands, so it would, I don't have numbers in front of me, I don't have everyone's, but it would generate increased revenue stream for the city, as that land should. It shouldn't be sitting there doing nothing, if you will. And it adds value to the city's financial portfolio. It'll generate revenue for the developer, likely increase the value of their company. It'll generate a profit for potential investors, the lenders who, fund those deals, the corporate HOA who manages it, and all of them will see their respective enterprises' value increased. But likely, very, very likely, this will result in an almost certain decline in almost every single surrounding resident's net worth, since most of us are middle class. Most of us, at least for me, as a single mom who's owned my house for 19 years, my house is my largest asset. So I am asking that you please consider all of your citizens' interests as you consider this zoning proposal, and that you vote no as it stands. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Ann Kraft. I live at 3509 Wimbledon. We purchased our home in July of '99, so we've been there just a little over 23 years. And we didn't purchase it because of the golf course, because 23 and a half years ago, the golf course was on its last leg then. The tennis courts were horrendous, and shortly after we moved there, they were demolished. 23 years ago, the golf club, the country club, left much to be desired. We moved there because of the quality of life and the neighborhood feeling that was there and obviously is still there. I ask you tonight, along with so many others you've heard, that you vote against rezoning this to the new zone that they're asking for. Thank you all.
I'm old, I gotta have glasses. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your time. Thank you for this opportunity for us to be able to voice our concerns. My name is Gregory Siepel. I live at 3713 Hillside Drive in Schertz, Texas, along with my wife, who is also disabled and can't be here, or she would speak. According to the previous ordinance, that S22 or 22S36, it was mentioned that it was similar to ours, but it's not. Not in any way is S36 similar to S35. It's proposed in the middle of a residential community, not in an already developed neighborhood set for multifamily housing. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted for it for S36 after denying S35. That wasn't brought up. I think people should know that. The City of Schertz, the Uniform Development Code, Section 21.5.4D, has several things that says the criteria for approval. I know you all probably know the law. That's why you're there. These people don't. And I want to reiterate to them that the criteria for approval, the Planning and Zoning Commission, in making its recommendations, and the City Council in considering final action on zoning change or zoning map amendment, should consider the following criteria. I'll skip over most of it, but number 2 says health. Whether the proposed zoning change or zoning map amendment promotes the health, safety, or general welfare of the city and the safe, orderly, efficient, and healthful development of the city. We would contend that it does not promote the health and safety of the development that's around it that you're going to plug this in the middle of. Number 3, is it appropriate in the immediate area? I just spoke to that. We don't believe it is. We contend it does not. Number 4, whether the proposed change is in accordance with any existing or proposed plans for providing public schools, streets, water, and on. Does the plan provide for schools? We contend it doesn't. By Mr. James's own words, they don't control a school. So my question would be, has staff asked an opinion from the schools? The schools are already complaining that they're stretched. Adding however many hundred more children there's going to be to an already overstretched school system, I think they should be able to vote, or not vote, but weigh in on the subject. And I haven't heard that they have. I've heard that staff attended their meetings. Other criteria has been said many times. So, per Mr. James.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I am a registered voter. I ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having the opportunity to be before this meeting. My name is Doug Young. I live at 3701 Hillside in Schertz in the Scenic Hills subdivision. My past experience is 27 years as a government official, as a building official, a planning and zoning commission liaison, a floodplain manager, and a zoning commissioner. In reviewing this project using that past experience, there have been conditions in this map that you see before you where they have misapplied the conditions which have been developed. The buffer zone on the side of the property against Fairlawn subdivision is not a buffer zone. It is the rear yard of every one of those 14 buildings on that side of the property. The green space on the opposite side of the project is already dedicated and confirmed to be open space and has been since 1925. Therefore, there's no reason to consider that as an open green space in this project. The LCRA, which has control over this, may allow the fencing to be put between their project and the Scenic Hills subdivision. But there needs to be great consideration in regards to review of the 16-foot drainage easement that the city approved outside the Scenic Hills subdivision, which serves that subdivision's utilities in that area. If you put the fence on the property line, the 8 feet behind the existing properties, you will block off access to that 16-foot utility easement that serves those citizens. Therefore, that fence needs to be moved back to that easement line. Consideration then has to be applied to LCRA to get that taken care of. That's not been done as of this point, as far as I know. You have heard every other conceivable concept and objection to this project. You have seen the people stand before you that were in this room earlier this afternoon. As a result of that, my past experience and the items that I've shown you and you've heard of yet tonight, I implore upon this group to deny the application and have it resubmitted and redesigned, meeting the standards necessary to be compatible with the existing subdivisions and properties in the current location. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for staying this late. My name is Betsy Berg. I live at 4013 Cypress Court in Scenic Hills, and my home shares a property line with the electric easement, and that's approximately up in that area where the brown area is. I'm opposed to this application for multiple reasons, which everyone has stated, but my specific concern is with this 100-foot easement and the proposed park. And as the previous gentleman mentioned, there is this 16-foot utility easement. But in addition, and the only reason I decided to go ahead and speak, is there are 2 other easements. They're up at the end, there are 2 10-foot wide. The designation on all the plats is GBDSU easements. And I don't know what the B indicates, but the other letters stand for gas, drainage, sewer, and utility. And each of these 2 easements has a 4-foot wide concrete spillway that extends at least 50 feet into that 100-foot easement. And that's kind of like halfway across that utility easement from Scenic Hills. So I would urge the council to please deny this PPD application. And I recommend that any future PPD applications include all the encumbrances on the property that are recorded in the Guadalupe County court records. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that'd like to address the council? Going once? Please step up to the mic, sir. No, sir, not in this situation. Please step up to the mic.
Thanks for your time, folks. My name is Dean Dawson. I'm at 3325 Columbia Drive. I just wanted to say, I reiterate what everybody who was opposed says about this. I also wanted to point out that I don't agree with the way this has been proposed. I would like to see, if it was possible, if we could consolidate all of these arguments, all of these against. Not that it's a denial of what you want to do, but actually to be able to address each one of those issues in an appropriate manner, so that if it comes up for a vote, it can be fairly done and everybody can have time to study it. That's all that I ask. But other than that, I would like to go on record as saying I am against the rezoning issue. And that's all. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Is there anyone else like to address the council? Going once? Going twice? Public hearing is closed. All right. It has been, we're going to take 5 minutes. It's been a long day, so we're just going to take a 5-minute recess. We'll come back at 10 o'clock, okay? 10 o'clock. For the record, Ms. Dennis, we broke at 9:53 for recess, and we reconvene after our recess. First of all, I'd like to just make a small remark. Thank you all for sharing your concerns, and I really do appreciate the order that we maintained and conducted a very meaningful dialogue on an issue that's affecting our city, and thank you so much for that. All right, we'll move on. All right, comments by council. We'll start with Councilmember Davis.
I raised my hand first.
You raised his hand first.
First and foremost, thanks to everybody that came out. For those of you who don't watch city council meetings, quite frequently we look out and see nobody, or usually the same 3 or 4 people, even for zoning issues. So thank you all for coming out and being involved in the process, and I would encourage you to, every now and then drop by and sit in on a city council meeting, because we do address a lot of the other issues that were brought up tonight. One of the comments that was brought up during the hearing of residents was, is this a surprise? No. This process worked exactly as it's intended to work. You have an existing owner of a piece of property, or someone who buys a piece of property, and they decide that they want to do something with it, so they make a zoning request. And as part of that process, it's posted, it's advertised, surrounding property owners are given an opportunity to address planning and zoning and city council and express their concerns. So no, it's not a surprise. This is exactly how it's supposed to work. So again, thank you for all being involved in that. The challenge on council is trying to balance competing desires and needs. And there's a lot of instances where no matter what we do, we make somebody happy and we make somebody sad. And a lot of times it comes out of these zoning issues. So how do I do that? Well, to me, it goes back to the old saying of separating the wheat from the chaff. It's by looking at what's being proposed and what the concerns are, and trying to balance the needs of both sides. Because it's just not always easy to say, well, this person's wrong or that person's wrong. I mean, and we heard that tonight. A lot of folks talked about the need for this type of housing. I mentioned that earlier this evening, that this type of housing does have a need in the community. Some of the other points that were brought up, infrastructure. I don't see an infrastructure issue here. Some folks talked about broken water lines. Well, again, I encourage you to come to City Council a tad bit more often, because we talk about aging infrastructure and broken water lines throughout the community. They just don't happen in the north. They happen along the Schertz Parkway. They happen in the center part of Schertz. They happen in South Schertz in brand new developments because of the elements, because of the heat. There's a lot of factors that go into that. Thank you to Mr. McMaster for weighing in on his experience with the EMS. I have a lot of experience in both fire and law enforcement. And I can tell you, I don't see an emergency response issue with this proposal. The city of Schertz puts a considerable effort, from my perspective, in providing and supporting EMS, police, and fire. If you think there's an issue with response to the north side, you probably should have looked at the response issues to the south side before we built station number 3 down there. If there was a train coming through, it was almost impossible to get somebody from station 1 down to the south side. So, so there are concerns that were brought up that, they're kind of emotional, but I don't think that they're solid issues that are related to this proposal. Having said that, I do believe that there is an issue with the density that is proposed. Again, you heard the discussion that we had earlier regarding the Homestead development and what's being proposed there and what's around it. In this particular case, I do see a concern that I have with the level of density that's proposed for the center of what is existing single-family homes on all areas around it. And I don't think we've really looked at the issue of that density in relation to the traffic issue, particularly with what's coming up with the pending and incomplete construction and reconstruction of 1103 as well as the 35 corridor itself. So, I mean, there are valid concerns that I think we have to address, but I just want to make sure everybody understands that, you know, I understand your concerns, I heard your concerns, but let's make sure that we're looking at the things that are truly a problematic issue. You know, we had a couple of folks talk about how safe the neighborhood is. I don't really think that would change that much with the addition of some kind of development up there. But I think the density is a concern for me.
Councilmember Scagliola.
Yeah, I watched the P&Z meeting this morning. Quite interesting. Yeah, I want to give a shout out and a thanks to Commissioner Outlaw. I was very much impressed with his decorum and his professionalism, the way he conducted that meeting. Now, something I want to point out is that the city, as Councilmember Davis was saying, is also often reactive to situations like this. We don't go out looking for trouble, you know. We don't sit around, gee, I wonder how we can get the residents upset by presenting developments like this. No, a developer comes to the city, and pretty much the city is then forced to deal with what's going on. And the city has rules they need to follow. So I'm also very thankful for Mr. James, Brian James, because I don't know anybody in this city that has a better understanding of the planning and development process than Mr. James. When I have questions, I know who the subject matter expert is. I've got about 3 other points, and I'll try to limit myself to 3 minutes. You know, they say you can't fight City Hall. Yeah, I don't believe it. You can fight City Hall. It just takes a lot of effort, coordination. It can be done. I'm pretty much proof that it can be done. Well, I haven't lost all my battles, let's put it that way. I occasionally win. Can't fight City Hall. My understanding or my belief is that we should never give the residents or business owners a reason to believe that they need to fight City Hall. You, the residents of Schertz, are the heart and soul of this city. The city is bound by rules. Well, guess who makes those rules? We do. We as residents. You even approved the zoning map. You may not remember doing it, but it did go before the voters, and the voting map was approved. So, when I was walking the city, I put my hanger on a whole bunch of people's doors. And one of the things that I'm rather proud of is that, well, I do my very best to keep my promises. And one of the promises I made was, when the residents speak, I'll listen. And you know, I don't always agree with the residents when they're speaking with me. And even when they're shouting at me. So I want to thank you all for being so cordial, kind, polite this evening. I'm a very sensitive person. I'm Italian, you know, what can I say? So the other things I tend to listen to, though, are the Planning and Zoning Department and the Commission. With that, what I heard from the P&Z Commission was, and this is also what I believe, this PDD is equivalent to putting a square peg in a round hole, and it is definitely inappropriate for that area. Fundamentally, I can't be any more clear than that. I have numerous objections to this thing, but you know, if I kept talking about it, I'd be accused of pandering to the crowd. Now, quite frankly, I don't care because I can't think of a better group of individuals to pander to. But in the interest of time, let me just state the bottom line. P&Z didn't agree with this PDD, and neither do I. And what's before us right now is to approve the PDD as specified. That's about all I have, sir.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dalla. Okay. Councilmember Brown.
A lot of emotion out there tonight, and I agree with Councilman Davis. Please come see us more often, okay? It'll make these meetings much easier, all right, for everybody involved, and go see planning and zoning at the same time. I know you were there last week, but watch how they process these developmental requests and how they go back and forth and everything else. We have a unified development code that we have to follow, all right, and we follow it very well. All right, Mr. James is kind of our subject matter expert in there, like Dr. Scagliola said. You know, if he doesn't know something, he knows how to find it real quick. All right, and on the development side, I got to give Mr. Benson a lot of credit. He's been doing this for a long time, and you know, his expertise is in, you know, development, zoning, things along that line. It's not like he just does this on, you know, on the side. So he understands what he's doing as well. But what I'm seeing here is a very legal UDC development that would fit perfectly in a lot of places, but from a holistic point of view, if you will, taking all of the corners and all of the sides and everything else, it is a large population fitting into a small area that does not homogenize well, I don't believe. All of the specifics and whatnot, but I'm having a hard time putting it all together. And I believe in private property rights immensely. I believe in the peaceful enjoyment of your property, and I also believe in the ability of an owner to develop their property in an appropriate manner and make a profit off of it at the end of the day. So it's tough.
Mayor Pro Tem Hayward.
I'm glad you showed up, and yes, it would be nice if people would show up more and see that we do deal with a lot of things, so I concur with that. When these things come before us, it's usually a tough decision. What I know right now is technically all we're voting for is the rezoning change. We're not voting for this particular development. But the thing that, as I kept hearing everyone, when I watched planning and zoning, and I watched it the day after it happened, because the day it happened, I was having my anniversary, is that everyone pretty much said, oh, these people that are moving in, it's going to be crime. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. It was almost as if all you thought about was negativity. Negative that people who aren't living in single-family homes, who are going to live in a duplex and a quadplex, somehow they're criminals. Somehow they just don't measure up to what we are because we live in a single-family home. That just kept coming back and forth to me. And it just bothered me that people in the city of Schertz would just always go to the negative and go with these people not living in a home with, like I do, with a backyard. Somehow they're beneath me. And that's the way it came across to me. It may not have been what you wanted, but that's the way it came across. And it bothered me to know that, because that's not what I thought the people of Schertz were. The other thing is when someone said Imagine your parents living next door to this. Well, where my parents live, somebody did something just like this. I'm not worried about my dad being robbed or broken into, because the people that are living there, they're working families, or they're young married couples trying to start off, or they're working families wanting to get their kids in a good school district, and that was the only way they could. Now, is that a lot of density? Yeah, it probably is. But some of the things that people brought up, when you talk about the burden on the school district, when you go to the demographer's page or the demographer's report on the school district, they pretty much say that single-family homes actually produce more children than something like a duplex or an apartment. 0.61 children come out of a single-family home, and 0.22 of children come out of an apartment duplex kind of thing. So their numbers are a lot less. Typically, people that are living in something like this, they don't want a yard. They don't want to have to deal with that. And knowing that things are changing, as much as I'm old school and I like the big yard and the green grass and someplace for kids to frolic, I have grown children. Nobody's frolicking in my yard. But a lot of young people today, they don't want to take the time to do that. They want to be able to say, somebody else is taking care of my yard, I can go spend time with my family, because they have seen their parents, my generation, some of your generation, work hard day in and day out, grinding, and then on the weekend you're doing the yard because you want a nice looking yard. They look at that and they say, I don't want that. I want to be able to let somebody else do my yard, have a little yard, and then I can go spend time with my family. They are looking for balance. And people that live in these types of things, they're looking for a balance. They want work and play, and they like to play hard. And in talking with a lot of them that are that next generation beneath us, or beneath me anyway, that's what they say. I don't need that. I don't want to water a yard and cut a yard. I need someplace small. And then when we talk about, some of the yards and how small they are, if you go down 3009, I think the street is Lone Oak. You turn on Lone Oak, go down there. There are some houses that have like teeny yards with a big old house on them. Some of them, there's one fourplex in there where somebody's living. It's a single story, but there's people living there, and they're happy living there. I think the other thing that we talked about was people talked about lower home values. So I did some digging. And the U.S. Census Bureau found that working communities with multifamily dwellings actually have a higher property tax value than working communities without them. So the average value of a single home residential home is highest in a working community with the most multifamily units in comparison to communities with single family properties. Interestingly, in many cases, the developments had a positive impact on those single family neighborhoods, because the denser populations that were surrounding brought amenities to the area, restaurants, more businesses, retail. So it does those things. So as we start talking about all the different things, and we talked about parking spaces and where people park, I live in a house with a 2-car garage. And I can tell you I got 1 car in the garage and the rest of it's got stuff. Because in the United States, we got to have a place for our stuff, and we go rent places to put our extra stuff. So will somebody not park their car in the garage? Absolutely not. Probably not. I live in a neighborhood where there's cars down the road, and there's some people that don't even park in their driveway just because they don't want to back out. They want to get up and get out. So what somebody does with their garage is kind of on them. And actually, there was a company that actually commissioned the Wall Street Journal to do a study. And they found out that most people use their garages for stuff. They don't park in it. So to me, we're looking at things that it wouldn't be my neighborhood. So we're talking about things that when someone else buys it, we're thinking about when we buy it what we want. We're not thinking about the person that might come in and buy it. When I look at it as in there are people that they don't want to own a home. that American dream that we had, it's not the same anymore. Some people don't feel like they need to own. They want to rent because they just don't want the responsibility of owning a home. It's easier to rent. I have an aunt who sold her house and she rents. She's like, when things break, I don't have to worry about it. Somebody else is. Then we talked about absentee landlords. I have a house in another state. Take me 14 hours to get there if I had to get there. I'm an absentee landlord, but I have a company that goes by and checks on it. I live in a neighborhood where we have an HOA, and once a week they're driving around seeing who they can write a letter to, check off what you did, and send you that nasty gram in there. You need to cut your grass. So the HOAs, just because they're not local and sitting right there in something that would be like this, doesn't mean it's not going to be taken care of. Because a lot of us live in neighborhoods with HOAs, and yeah, we can't get out of our HOA, and ours isn't defunct, and if you don't pay the bill, we get a nasty gram from the company that says, hey, you owe this, and if you don't pay this, we're going to charge you an attorney fee and then come after you. So we got to think differently with this. But yeah, so I just think we need to think differently. Is this a tough decision? Yeah, it is, because that is a lot of homes in the area. I'm not opposed to the idea of quadplexes and duplexes. I actually went out and looked at some that the developer had in the Braunfels. They look very nice. The yards are all well manicured. I thought, wow. Didn't kind of like the colors because they were natural colors, but I like fun colors. But they weren't a bad thing. So I think we can work with something, but right now the biggest thing that we're doing is we're dealing with whether this needs to be a multifamily or not what he's developing, because that could change in his development as he's listening to what y'all are saying and what we're talking about on council. He could come back with something that may not be as dense. But all we're doing now is discussing whether we need to do the zoning change. And yes, the other property in Homestead, it was a development. It was one where they were going to automatically put that in because it was coming from nothing. This was a golf course that went defunct, that somebody bought the property. And they bought the property wanting to build on their property. And knowing that Texas is a property rights state, if it fits within the UDC, am I supposed to deny them the right to build on their property? Because all of us want to do what we want to do on our property, and some of us hate the HOAs coming by and telling us you can't have that color on your house. Because we go, I'm paying the mortgage, not you. So those are the things that, as we go forth and go on, we need to consider that as well. What can happen? I think about it could be a place where one of my kids could live and not live, way across town because that's what they can afford. They can live close by. So I look at that. So that's just how I am, and this is going to be a tough decision going forward. That's all.
Councilmember Whitaker.
So I want to reiterate what everyone said. Thank you for being very kind and thoughtful with your comments. Very polite crowd. Very proud to be a part of a city that this is, the general community that comes to share their opinions. So I'm very thankful for that. I took notes so I could make sure that I heard what you all said, and I every time we get to one of these points where we know, somebody's not going to be happy. There's always two sides to every story, and we have to vote one direction or the other. So somebody's not going to be happy. So it's very difficult to, go where you're going to disappoint one party or the other. So I think it's really important for us as individuals and as a body to make clear to you all that we've heard you, and that this is what we're considering, just like Councilmember Hayward said, these are the things that we're considering, just so that you understand. And I appreciate that so many of you stayed this late to hear our comments, because we wanted to listen to your comments. Most of us, I think all of us, listened to P&Z first, then heard you again tonight, just to assure you that we do. I don't think anyone's up here because of the paycheck. So, you know, we care about our community and we want to do what's right for the community. It's just hard sometimes when we have to make these decisions. So the things that I wanted to talk about, I wanted to address some of the things that were concerns. About the school district, I did speak with the school district when this first came up and discussed their plans. And again, Councilman Hayward mentioned that they do have projections and they plan. They've got space. Whether you hear from kids, grandkids that the schools are overcrowded, you know, sure, that's their experience. I mean, I grew up in a much smaller community with much smaller schools. I had 19 kids in my 8th grade class and 119 kids in my high school class. So the size of school is, you know, massive to me. My kids go over to Clemens, so I am aware of the volume. Not everyone got to go to homecoming this year. I think, what? That's crazy. But so yes, there are a lot of children in the schools, but from the school district's perspective, from what I have been told and when I asked the question directly, they are prepared and expecting the growth. So we've got a lot of new development coming in. We've got a lot of vacant land. They have to plan for that, and they are. They're doing their job, and we have to do our job. So I hear a lot of the concerns that we hear. Increased school children, true, but the school district will accommodate for that and has planned for that. Increased traffic, absolutely. More bodies equal more cars, so there will be an increased traffic. I'm not going to say that that's not true. The question is, at what point is it too much? Well, for anybody who lives in that community right now, one extra car is too much, one car too many, so nobody wants another car. But I think the majority of you had said you're okay with development in that area, just not this particular one. So let's say we just did R6. That's still going to bring houses, and that's still going to be more traffic. So the traffic argument can't stand if you're okay with R6, but you don't want increased traffic. So I have to look at that and say traffic is a tough one, because we will always have more traffic as we add rooftops, but at what point is it unsustainable? I venture to guess many of you are military and have lived around the DC area, and many of the people from my community are in the military or have been in the military, and they complain about the traffic on the south side of Schertz and Lower Seguin and getting into Randolph. And I know most of them have been in DC at one point in their life, and they spent an hour going, you know, 10 miles. So it's all relative. It is going to be an increase in traffic, but that is what happens with development, unfortunately. So our job is to make sure that we maintain those roads. You've mentioned some maintenance problems. So, you know, we need to look into that as that happens. But you know, we're never going to have perfection. We're never going to have perfect roads. And sometimes we have to see the need and then prioritize, just like we're going to do with the budget here. We've prioritized a lot of things. We've put some money into the budget to look at those roads, and so, you know, hopefully that road will get addressed sooner rather than later. Crime. Again, with increased population, there's a potential for increased crime, but again, I would agree with Councilmember Hayward's comments about it does concern me, and you know, I've heard it from my own family members, just the general concept of apartment living individuals bring crime. It's kind of like you see rentals equals crime, and that might be the case if you are looking at, you know, if you go to a community where all the apartments are in this area of town and that's where the higher crime rate is. But that doesn't mean that an apartment building equals crime. And I know, again, some of our council members have really looked into the crime statistics around apartment communities. And these aren't even apartments, mind you, these are different, but I'm just talking about apartments, rentals specifically. We've looked into crime statistics around our apartment communities here in Schertz, which we do have apartment communities. We do have Section 8 housing already in Schertz, in some of those apartments, in some residential buildings. As a matter of fact, if any of you have investment properties, you are welcome to qualify your property to receive Section 8 vouchers. We actually have a need for housing that accepts Section 8 vouchers because there just is not that many people that are willing to do that. Any property could qualify, you just have to go through the steps of the process. The idea that over time with decreased attention, that this would turn into Section 8 housing is not a logical next step. What I do see is that this is with individually owned properties. Those people are making an investment. If they're going to spend $700,000 into an investment, number one, they care that the HOA is taking care of those properties, because if the demand decreases, then they can't fill their vacancy, then they're wasting money, they're losing money. So it makes sense that the property owners, while not necessarily local, could be local, would care how that community is maintained. That's why in new construction neighborhoods like Homestead, the HOA is run by the developer until they're out of the neighborhood. And why is that? Because it's the developer's money, and they want to sell those houses. And as long as the HOA is keeping up with the community and they're being strict with their rules, there's more of a chance of people continuing to buy in the community. So for those property owners who buy these properties, they're going to care that that HOA is following up and following the rules and making sure that the residents are doing what they're supposed to do, because if they're not, their investment goes down. And so they're not going to want to lose their investment. Which leads me to your investment. So everyone here who's a property owner invested in their property. Certainly you don't want your investment to decrease. There's a lot of real estate experience in this room. I've looked into some apartment communities specifically for a different development, but I took the time to investigate how a different type of rental property affected the overall market value of the residential properties around. What I found in general is that in every case, and I looked at about 3 or 4 communities, the years prior to the development going in and the years after, it was a continual appreciation. There was no depreciation in any of the communities once an apartment building, now this is apartments again, these are not, but an apartment building was introduced next to residential properties. Again, there's no guarantee, but there's no guarantee in any real estate, just like, unfortunately, there was no guarantee when you bought your property on a golf course that the golf course would always be there. I've never seen a golf course just, fall apart, disappear. So it's not something we see on a regular basis. It does happen across the country. So it's a unique situation, and we have to figure out what to do, what best to do with that property. I certainly, I love green space. I want to look out and see green space. I had to plant bushes in my backyard so I didn't see my neighbor's house, because I like green versus, someone's blue wall. But, if they put a trampoline in their backyard, I don't really want to look at it, but they can, because it's their backyard. So I have to balance that here too. I think it's extremely unfortunate. I would love to live on a golf course. Golf course properties are very desirable, very much in demand, but that's just not the case anymore. So we do have to figure out what to do with this property. So I think, obviously, I feel for all of your concerns, and they're valid concerns. The traffic will increase, the population will increase. There will be a lot of changes, but similarly will happen if it's developed as you had suggested, the R6. Many of those things are still going to happen. I think that this is a gated community, so it's, of all of the rental and multifamily options, this seems like a better one. I actually even heard someone out there say, well, if only it were townhomes, it would be better. This is pretty much a townhome product. This isn't actually, excuse me, this is not a discussion.
Please allow her to speak.
Not once did I comment on anyone's discussion, so I would appreciate the same respect. This is a similar product. A townhome shares a wall, and it can be a rental product or it can be a for sale product. So it's a similar product to what someone suggested. What I'm saying is, I've heard your concerns. I think that they are valid. Things will change. The question is it in the benefit of our community as a whole? And I understand every one of you votes, and I appreciate that, as do I. So the entire city votes. Everyone does. But again, I'm not here to earn a vote. I'm here to do what's best for the city. And I have to think about the need for different types of housing. And these are the things that I am considering when I look at that. So I appreciate your time. And who's next?
Councilmember Dalla.
So, wow, what a turnout tonight. You know, as I was driving up this afternoon, you know, getting ready for what I figured was going to be a long meeting, I walked in and I was certain of a couple of things. First thing that I was absolutely certain of is that I was going to miss my bedtime tonight. Second thing that I was certain of is that the mayor's extremely happy that he doesn't have to vote on this. And finally, the other thing I was certain of is that by the time we get to the end of this and we have to make a decision, there's going to be a winner and a loser. And so, you know, before I go on to any other comments, I just want to touch on a couple of things, because I've been watching closely on social media. I've been watching the postings on Facebook and the Save the Northcliffe Golf Course page. I attended the planning and zoning meeting. I sat in the back row and then actually went into the back room. And I do appreciate the civility that everybody brought tonight. I was really disappointed with the way some people acted at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. There's actually a couple of our staff members that were brought to tears by the way they were treated. And I really was disappointed in those individuals, and they should be ashamed of themselves for the way they behaved that night. You know, some of the things that I've seen is a lot of people in the Northcliffe area feel like the city has neglected them over the years since we've annexed them. And so I asked staff for some information on what we've done in the Northcliffe area since we've annexed that area. We're completing up the cherry tree rehabilitation chip seal program on streets in that area. It's a total of about $1.9 million above and beyond normal street maintenance. The fire response in the Northcliffe area is at about the city average. The citywide average is about 6.8 minutes. Northcliffe area is just over 7 minutes. We've got some areas in the city, even with 3 fire stations, we have 15-minute plus response times. The new fire station that everybody supported and voted for and approved in our last election, and thank you for that because we desperately need a few more additional fire stations, will be in the northern part of the area. It'll be over in the commercial industrial area, which will actually help further reduce response times to the northern part of Schertz, including Northcliffe and Scenic Hills. We have on our radar and our capital improvement plan to replace and upgrade all the water lines through the Northcliffe neighborhoods. It's going to cost probably somewhere around $4 million. We got to find the money on how we're going to pay for that first, but it's pretty high on our list because of all the water main breaks that we're seeing out there. You know, we didn't design that, we didn't build it, we inherited it when we annexed that neighborhood. And because we annexed it, we took responsibility for it, and we're doing the best that we can with the limited funds that we have available to maintain not just the northern part, Scenic Hills, Northcliffe, but all the way down to Greytown Road and Interstate 10. Additionally, we also purchased the old wastewater treatment plant property, about 3.5 acres. Spent about $600,000 on that. What we're going to do with it, we don't know yet. Right now, it's just kind of a staging area. But the idea was, when we made that decision to purchase it, was to be able to have someday maybe the 5th fire station or a police substation or something there, maybe a branch library. But anyway, the idea was to have something to better serve the northern part of the city. We're trying to look ahead and look forward, and we took advantage of an opportunity when we had it. And that doesn't even go to mention with, you know, ongoing sidewalk repairs, making the sidewalks handicap accessible with the ADA ramps at the intersections and the corners. And it's a challenge. You know, we are in the process of having to fix infrastructure in the old part of Schertz. We're just finishing upgrading and making larger water mains and rehabilitating streets in the old part of Schertz. You know, that's 60-year-old water lines down there. We're talking about doing the same thing on Main Street, having to replace all the water lines. We're going to have to totally rebuild Main Street. We're looking at a project that's probably going to be somewhere around $8 to $10 million on that. We have limited bonding capacity. We hear everybody's concerns about taxes and the tax rates, and so we're trying to find that balance. You know, and the final point on that is that I was on planning and zoning when the golf course closed down finally, and I was in this room the night when everybody was here talking about what was going on, sitting in the back row again just watching with Ken Greenwald. And then Mayor Carpenter sat up there where Mayor Gutierrez is sitting and talked about the idea of forming a PID to have the citizens that lived on the golf course and benefited from the golf course to participate and try to save the golf course because we couldn't do it by ourselves. And that idea seemed to go absolutely nowhere. You know, the folks around Lake McQueenie, Lake Placid, they voted to form a PID. You know, they're taking care of business, they're fixing it, but we're way past that now. There's nothing we can do about it at this point. So let's talk about the development itself, the proposed development. You know, the one thing on planning and zoning that we talked about every time something like this came up is that this is a zoning case. And this is an early step in the process. And assuming it's approved, that the developer would go back with their engineering staff and they would develop their stormwater management plans. They would do their full traffic impact study. They would look at their infrastructure needs for water and wastewater. And if the existing capabilities were not able to serve the projected needs of what they were proposing to build, then they either have to find a solution or they can't build that project. A good example of that is one of Dr. Scagliola's favorite projects from a number of years ago down in southern Schertz, Pride Rock. It's now affectionately called Prideless Rock. There's a lot of background on it, but in short, a developer came in, wanted to propose a project. It wound up being annexed because it was outside the city. He had to put in a plan that we wanted to see what his master plan was, and we really didn't like it, but we had no choice because that's the way the law works. But he didn't have the time to do the proper engineering studies, and when he got the approvals that he needed on his PDD, he had his engineers looking at it, and he realized that there was no way that he could accommodate the drainage, and as a result, that development died. And a few years later, another developer bought it and came up with a much better master plan, and that development is now known as Rhine Valley down there behind Corbett Middle School. So to tell you that, you know, if we approve it tonight, that in 16 months you're going to be getting houses or fourplexes built, is not necessarily the case. This is just a step of the process. I think Councilwoman Whitaker you know, mentioned a lot of the things that I was going to talk about, as well as Councilwoman Hayward. You know, I guess a final comment is that we're elected at large. Every one of us represents the entire city. We don't have districts. And so we have to make decisions based on what's good for the entire city. Well, as I looked through this and I watched this and I listened and I talked to people, well, here's the feedback that I got. I've had one phone conversation from somebody that was opposed to this. It was actually a very polite, very good conversation. I really appreciated it. I had someone leave me a pretty nasty voicemail. I didn't bother returning that phone call. There was somebody else that called, according to the city secretary, left a voicemail on the city's recording line there that left a voice message that they're in support of the project, but they didn't want to speak publicly. I've received 7 emails against it. And when you look at it from Google Earth, there's probably upwards of about 2,000 homes in the area surrounding the golf course. So when you look at the number of people that showed up, that's less than 50%. Well, what about the rest of the Schertz? Why are they not here? Why are they not jumping up and down? Is it apathy? Do they not care? Or do they think it's okay? You know, I saw several people in this group that posted on social media and several different local neighborhood groups a call to action that was met with almost zero response from the entire surrounding community. So is this a bad thing, or is it a not in my backyard thing? Zoning is supposed to be highest and best use. If I was totally in support of highest use, then we'd be looking at putting in some sort of industrial manufacturing, because that generates the most tax dollars. There's no way I could support something like that. The next step down would be warehousing. Again, that's totally inappropriate for this type of location. Next step down from that would be your traditional apartment complex. You know, your 3-story building, you know, no way. There's no way I could support something like that. And now we come down to something that's like this. It's reasonable, and like everybody said, anywhere else you would be okay with it? Is it because it's a good idea and it's just a bad location, or is it not in my backyard? And that's a tough determination to make. And I have to think about 45,000 residents that I represent. And y'all definitely have a higher interest than the folks that live down in Southern Schertz, but that doesn't mean the folks in Southern Schertz shouldn't have a say in it. Let's see, do I have any other comments that I wanted to mention? I guess finally, you know, one of the things that we use zoning for is to transition. You know, we have commercial along the highways, and then we have, you know, ideas of higher density type housing, your apartments, multifamily type stuff, and then we transition to single family residential. If this was in a place where we transitioned, it would be an easy discussion, easy decision. But it's not. But it's not that inappropriate, because you basically transition from residential to something that has a higher density to something back to single family homes. So those are my comments. I guess we'll have to have our vote here.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Dalla. Well, it is, I'm sorry?
Mr. Mayor, I was going to, in light of the conversation, I was going to offer an amendment to our application.
Well, hold on a minute, sir. Mr. James, I have a couple of questions for clarity. You know, the question here is, what do we put in the middle? Basically what it comes down to, because we have a neighborhood on the right-hand side and on the left-hand side. So we are in the middle in this situation. For clarity, if council votes no, what are the developer's options? Does he have to wait a year before he comes back, or what is the situation if it is a no vote?
No, sir. If council votes no on it, there is a time limit that the applicant has to wait to submit the same zoning application. So if he wanted to come back with the same thing, so for example, if he, and as we all know, we have a vacancy on council. If he said, you know, I want to come back with a full council, my odds are better, he would have to wait. It's either 6 months or a year, I can't recall what it is, with the same application. But he can come back immediately with a different application on the zoning. Now, I want to be clear, that's a judgment call in whose part it is, whether it's the same exact application, too close, or different with that. So if he comes back with some...
Define application, because the application could be the same, the PDD can be different.
That's right. He could come back with a PDD. I think the way staff would approach it, if he came back with a PDD for essentially at base is a multifamily with a layout that looks something like this with fourplexes, we would consider that the same application. If he, say he eliminated this unit here, staff would probably say that's the same application generally. So it's a judgment call. I hate to sort of say this, I'd have to see it to make the call. We'd probably have to check with the city attorney. Ultimately, that's going to be council's call, what you think going forward.
So he wouldn't have to wait the 6 months or a year if
That's
he made
correct.
it. Okay. If council says yes in this situation, but there's questions about the density, he can still make the appropriate changes, basically almost like a new application. because he would have to change a couple of things, from quads to maybe townhomes, duplexes, or maybe even garden homes. Because if it passes with a yes, because this is only a zoning issue, the PDD still has to come back in here.
No, sir, this is,
No, it's so,
yeah, this is sort of it. This is your discretionary application, I want to be clear. And so if this is approved tonight, then that discretionary application has been approved. At that point, he could essentially move to plating, which is a non-discretionary items. If it meets the technical requirements, then we have to approve it, P&Z has to approve it. So if there are concerns, and this is where if there are concerns that the density is too high and you want it reduced, then you would not want to approve this tonight, because that would grant the density he's asking for. So your options are, you can essentially deny it outright, you can approve something, you can approve what he's asked for, you can approve something different than this. I would not recommend you do that. I would recommend that you ask the applicant. We've typically, traditionally in this community and in most communities in Texas, we show deference to the applicant if he wants a straight thumbs up, thumbs down, or if he's okay with something else. The other thing you have the ability to do is table the item, not act on it, send him back to the drawing board. And again, what I've seen in the past is, if the feeling is we're close, we're just not quite there, with some tweaks we can probably get there, then that's probably workable. However, what's proposed now are 220 units, so rather than talk density, I'll talk number of units. There's probably a reduction in that this project still works. Where it is, I don't know, that's the applicant's decision. At some point, if you came in and said, you know, drop, let's say 10 units off, that may work for the applicant. I'm not sure it makes a difference to the residents, 220 versus 210, but that may be viable for the applicant to move it forward. If you cut the number of units in half and say 110, my assumption is it probably doesn't work for the applicant. He doesn't want that. That's where he says yes or no. And so that's where I would say the option of tabling may be effective, is if we're close, but if we're not close, my assumption is, and he can nod, the applicant probably wants to.
Mr. Benson, please step up to the mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to propose an amendment at the dais, which I think your city attorney would say I can, to go ahead and lower the number of units we're proposing to 200, eliminate 20 to go to 200, which I think is, that's four, 5 lots, so limit the overall number of units to 200.
That would request the council table this item to see the new proposal.
I don't want to give legal advice.
Yeah, I mean, the city attorney can certainly, I'll let him chime in, because Dan hasn't spoken all night.
Yeah, that would not be required to be tabled.
Yeah. What you could do is, certainly, if you wanted, approve it with the modification that the maximum number of units is 200, and that is probably the most flexible, provides the greatest flexibility to the applicant, where essentially within this, to some form, he has to cut out 20 units. He can decide how he does that.
He can make that.
As opposed to cut this building, cut this building, cut this building, cut this.
20 units, defined units, is that 5 quads? Yeah, okay, 5 buildings. Just clarity,
That's
clarity.
20 units.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward has a question.
I just had a question, because I know with subdivisions, it takes time for these to get all built up all at once. Would these get complete build out within a quick amount of time, or long-term, sort of like how subdivisions get built?
I think this would be built fairly quickly. I mean, we wouldn't be phasing this just on the number of units and probably do a half and then another half. So it would go pretty quickly.
Well, thank you for clarifying that, and I'm sure
Thank you, Mayor.
the residents also wanted clarification on some of these things. All right, council, we have an ordinance number 22S35 that needs consideration.
Mayor, I make a motion to disapprove ordinance number 22S35.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Davis to disapprove the ordinance. Council, any comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
I vote aye to disapprove.
Nay.
Nay.
Aye to disapprove.
Nay.
Nay.
We have 2 ayes, 4 objections. Based on this, for clarification, Dan, it would require
So that motion, the motion failed, but that's why we don't make negative motions.
negative motions. I know this will make
This requires a supermajority to be approved. So you needed a motion to approve, and it's going to take 5 affirmative votes to pass.
Yes. Do I have a motion to approve?
Let's,
No, you're-
Mr. James wants to speak.
No, you're correct. I agree with that entirely. You
We
need
don't have-
another motion.
Yeah, we need another motion to pass, because this one did not pass. But technically, it did, in the sense that we need 5 to 1.
The motion to deny failed.
Failed.
So now, yes, I would agree with Dan. You need a,
Okay,
we
so
get a motion to approve, see where that goes.
do we have a motion to approve ordinance number 22S35?
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve ordinance 22S35 with the proposed reduction in the number of units.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilmember Dalla, second by Councilmember Whitaker. Council, any other comments? We have motion to approve ordinance number 22S35 with a reduction on the number of units to 200 total. I just want to make sure it's clarified. Okay, any other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
We have 4 to 1, 4 to 2. The motion was denied due to not meeting the 75% threshold. No, the motion was made, but it did need to pass. It did not pass still. Clarification.
The motion did not achieve the 3/4 to pass. Again, I'll defer to Dan, but what I would say typically is, and this is typically how it works in practice, unless the 2 council members who voted no on that are inclined to recommend any approval of this, and that's the only way this could be approved. If they're not inclined to, if neither one of them is inclined to make a motion of some sort to approve this, then essentially I think it's fair to say the supermajority will not be met, and effectively the application has been denied. Is that fair, Dan?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Mr. James, if I may.
Yes, sir.
What kind of bind does this put the developer in? Because I get the impression that most of the people in the audience aren't opposed to some type of development in this area. So what are the options? Low-cost options, you know? I don't want to burden the developer with the excessive costs. They keep coming before us.
Sure. So this is probably, the residents are going to find this a bit ironic, given staff's recommendation on this application. But essentially, it's, you know, the applicant chose to make an investment into the property. The applicant has heard the arguments from the residents. They've heard the arguments from the deniers. It's one of those where it is what it is. At this point, they can go back and make an informed decision to do what they want to do. That can be, come back in with a different kind of application that they think they're likely to get approved. They could sell the property, they can do whatever. Again, I would say this, that's not necessarily staff's concern, not that we're indifferent to it entirely, but that's their decision to make going forward.
Yeah, here's the thing. I really don't know what's in the hearts and minds of the residents. I'm willing to listen to them, though. You know, if we can come up with some kind of a compromise. I always thought it would be a great idea. You know, even when this thing started and I saw the ribbons being put around those trees, I think I came to you and I says, you know, sir, they really should talk to the folks over in Scenic Hills about this.
Yeah.
How can we make that happen so I can get a little bit more informed?
So I think, I would say this from having talked to a lot of the residents, having been at P&Z, having been at council, My impression essentially is that while that the bulk of the residents, and this is not unanimous, the bulk of the residents are supportive of single-family detached in some form that's similar to their lot sizes over there. How many are once you start decreasing that lot size, but my impression is they are not inclined to be supportive of anything other than a single-family detached project. And there may be some variation on lot size, but essentially where I believe the majority have set the bar is 7,200 square foot lot size minimum. But again, that's my impression from the conversations.
Thank you.
And how can we make that happen so that we don't keep the gentleman here?
That's up to the developer.
That's up to the
Totally up to the developer.
Developers heard this, he understands.
Can't force the developer.
Yeah, the developer is going to have to go back and look at the property and re-examine. Yeah.
Council has spoken and they voted, and
Yeah.
it's up to the developer to decide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, you had final comments?
Yeah, I was just wondering, because I know, as we were talking about, and Jill mentioned it, Councilman Whitaker, townhouses. I mean, or
Yeah.
townhouses, or like, and I know that's not our concern, but I'm just going, you know, townhouses or garden homes with 0 lot lines. I mean, I don't know if that's costly, you know, expensive to build with what they were trying to do, and I know that our concern is not necessarily that. And for me, it was more about just a multifamily, because I know we need that, and people that I've talked to who have young kids that are coming out of college or new, they're looking for something like that in the city of Schertz, and I've heard that that's kind of why I was liking the idea of this development for that reason. But I was just looking at, because I know the cost of things, when we were talking about his townhouses, the prior one, it was almost $400,000 for a townhouse. I mean, so it's almost cost prohibitive for some young family to move there. So I was just curious.
Yeah, no, so I would offer this if it helps. And again, as I think the same manager said, it's ultimately up to the developer. But in my experience in doing this, you know, at this point, it probably the best way to move forward are a series of conversations between the developer and a representative group from the residents. It can't be 250 people. It can't be. It literally probably needs to be a half dozen folks from the neighborhoods who are most effective, where those folks are going to say, look, we're going to select you to do this, we're going to show deference to you. Those folks understand the concerns and start having conversations. Staff is happy to help facilitate that. Often we can answer technical questions, things like that, to help bring everybody together. But in my experience, that's the best way. And again, frankly, it's everybody sort of understanding where council was tonight, which is, I think, just to help facilitate, that there is support for the property to be redeveloped. It's not going to be a golf course. Something's going to happen. The question is, what is the appropriate thing? Not necessarily everyone's ideal, but what's appropriate? What can we live with? And if everybody kind of goes in with that mindset, that's how I think we
What's
get
the
the best chance
compromise?
of getting that
What's the compromise
that to
in
some
this
degree,
situation?
people get something they like. Maybe there's not something that's ideal, but I think that would be my suggestion. We're certainly happy
So,
to.
Mr. James, this is almost like deja vu for me, because I remember your baptismal when you came to the city was when we had concerns with Fairhaven and dealing with Pulte.
Full head of hair back then.
Yeah, but we
Weighed
sat
about 30
down,
pounds less.
and we thought, you know, some folks were simply intransigent. There was no way in the world anything could ever get worked out, but we did. We managed to work it out. I would not be opposed to sitting in those type of negotiations. I'll put my money where my mouth is. How's that? If it's deemed appropriate.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. James.
And I'll follow suit if it's deemed appropriate.
Thank you all. We have a roll call confirmation. Our city secretary, Ms. Dennis, will provide us a roll call confirmation for items 1 through 8. Ms. Dennis?
Yes, consent agenda items 1 through 6. A motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, seconded by Councilmember Davis. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, Councilmembers Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, Brown voted yes, no one voted no. Motion passed 6-0. Ordinance number 22S36, first reading. Motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, seconded by Councilmember Dalla. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, Councilmembers Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, Brown voted yes, no one voted no. Motion passed 6-0. Item number 8, ordinance number 22S, with the motion to deny. A motion was made by Councilmember Scagliola, seconded by Councilmember Davis. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward voted no. Councilmember Whitaker voted no. Councilmember Dalla voted no. Councilmember Brown voted no. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward voted, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Davis, okay, let me start over. This is a motion to deny. Scagliola made the motion, Davis seconded. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward voted no. I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward voted no, Whitaker voted no, Dalla voted no, Brown voted no. Davis voted yes. Scagliola voted yes. That's to deny. Motion failed. Motion failed to deny. Sorry. Ordinance number 22S35, motion to approve with the reduction of the number of units. Motion was made by Councilmember Dalla, seconded by Councilmember Whitaker. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, Whitaker, Dalla voted yes. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, Whitaker, Dalla, and Brown voted yes. Davis and Scagliola voted no. Motion failed due to the lack of meeting the threshold of 3/4 to pass.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis. All right, we have a couple of closed sessions. Item number 1, our city council will meet in the closed session pursuant to Governmental Code Section 551.074 to deliberate the appointment of a municipal court prosecutor. And item number 10, the city council will meet in closed session in accordance with Section 551.074 of the Texas Governmental Code, personnel matters to discuss direction and the appointment of the new city manager vacancy. The time is now 11:06. We reconvene after our closed session. The time is now 12:01. We reconvene into a regular session after our discussion and deliberation regarding agenda number 11 in regards to the agenda item number 9, the city prosecutor. Our start time was 11:17. End time is 11:24. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, you have a motion to make?
Yes, I make a motion that we accept Rampage Law as our municipal prosecutor.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, second by Councilmember Dalla. Council, any other discussion? Let's call for the vote.
Aye.
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 We have 6 ayes, no objection, motion passes.
I didn't hear what she said.
The motion was to accept the Rampage Law as our city prosecutor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, item number 12 referenced item number 10, city manager vacancies. Start time was 11:26, end time was 11:59. No action is required at this time. We'll go straight into roll call confirmation regarding item number 11.
Yes, sir. Motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, seconded by Councilmember Dalla to accept Rampage Law as a municipal court prosecutor. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, Councilmembers Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, Brown voted yes. No one voted no. Motion passed 6-0.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis. All right, we'll move on to item number 13, major projects in process and the capital improvement projects. These are informational items, and council were provided packets. The information is online and available for public viewing at Schertz.com. So we'll move on. Any further announcements from our city manager, Dr. Brown?
Nothing further, Mayor.
Council, any possible updates or information requested from staff? Council, any possible items you'd like to place on a future agenda? Okay, announcements by council members. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward?
Yes, I went to a ribbon cutting for the Guadalupe Valley Habitat for Humanity. Went up to Fredericksburg for the TML Region 7 meeting, and I attended the Get Prepped event on Saturday, which was really good. A lot of good classes. It was a nice event. Well done.
Councilmember Davis?
Nothing this morning, sir.
Councilmember Whitaker?
I also attended the Get Prepped event, and the, my gosh, I'm delirious, ribbon cutting for Habitat for Humanity, Guadalupe County Habitat for Humanity, also the Chamber Civic Leader Luncheon. That is all.
Okay, Councilmember Dalla?
The Chamber Luncheon, and I stopped by the Get Prepped event for a little while as well.
Okay, Councilmember Scagliola?
Nothing tonight, sir.
Councilmember Brown?
The chamber luncheon, good time, nothing else. Thank you.
Okay, the time is now 12:04. We stand adjourned.